Apparently I'm live. Apparently I'm live. What's up? What's going on? Good people. I'm being told that I'm live. I didn't even know I clicked the button. But we in here. We in here. What's up and what's happening? Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. It is an open panel freestyle. What's on your mind today type of show. So you get more of a chance to be a part of the show today. I've been keeping panels small, but not today. We're gonna keep it live. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it hold up. Wait a second. That's not right. That's not right. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. That's what I meant to do right there. That's what I meant to do right there. All right. Well, let's go. We about to get it going today. About to get it going. Strap on in. Hit that like button on the way in. Right, you're catching it on the restream upload. However you're catching it, however you're watching it, wherever you're watching it. Make sure you hit that like button. Drop some comments. Let me know what's on your mind. Let's go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right. All right. What's going on, good people? What is going on, good people? One quick mic check, 1 2, mic check, 1 2. For some reason, the audio during the last show, it sounded kind of like trash to me. At least mine did. I didn't exactly got a lot of loose strings on my beard. Need to do some. Oh yeah, see, I got a little Anthony Hamilton spots coming in. I need to get this. Yeah, gotta line it up. Gotta line it up. Gotta line it up. Y'all see that Anthony Hamilton coming in? I gotta line that up. Yeah, I gotta fix that. But it's Friday. It's the end of the week. I normally take care of my grooming on the weekend. That ain't none of y'all business. Y'all don't care about that. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in here bright and early before things even get started. I appreciate all of you good brothers that come on through and support this channel in any way that you do. Y'all heard that rhyme. The Mac the Trucker says, let's get it, Little Rock. 2517 says, yo. Oh no. I didn't let my tablet. Okay, that was a screw up right there. Screw up. Let my tablet go to zero. It must have been playing overnight and I didn't know. That's how I keep an eye on you niggarachis in the chat. But But all right. All right. Little Rock 2517. Little Rock 2517 in the building. I keep an eye on y'all through my cell phone. But what's up? And shout out to everybody. Mr. Shane Vich is in here with an early comment. Says, "What's up, Team Jackson?" No, it's Team Jackson. What's happening? That's what it is. Get it right. Team Jackson, what's happening? So thank you, Bernard, for educating these young males and keep doing the Lord's work. I shall try. Even though I feel honored and a slight bit of trepidation when you tell me that I'm educating people. I kind of don't view myself that way, but indirectly, yeah, that does end up happening. I remember the first time that somebody said Obsidian was a leader, whether he liked it or not. I remember he gave a little bit of pushback to that because he was like, but eventually, yeah, you do gotta embrace it. I mean, if you can get a few hundred people to pull up each day to listen to you talk, then you are directly or indirectly leading. But I never really saw myself like that. That's part of the reason why I do a lot of one-on-one interviews. I like to reach out to other competent people who to give their words of wisdom, Just if I'm educating the young minds, I want to share in that leadership and that education. I want somebody else to come in and give their words. I want to learn from people too, So I don't look at myself as as some person with sage wisdom sitting up on a mountaintop educating the youth. But here we go. It's challenge day. The Mac the Trucker in here says, I had a disagreement with Obsidian. Derek has game. That's an interesting concept. Even though the way that he's dealing and managing the whole situation with his women, his side chicks, and the things that they said, sound like a dude who don't got game. But if you can game down a whole entire nation of women, because let's keep in mind, there are other men out there who are ripped and got six packs, but they don't have 1.5 million Facebook. No, I think you got like 3.7 million Facebook followers, 1.3 million Instagram. Oops, my bad, yeah. They don't got a following like that. You add up all his platforms, he got over like 7-8 million people probably. There's plenty of oily, shirtless, muscle-bound dudes who just don't got that. So you got to concede to some degree that that the words that are coming out of his mouth are important to why they're following him. And seeing as the words that that are coming out of his mouth is just conjured up, telling them what they want to hear in just the right way to make them feel good about themselves, feel like they deserve more, remove all accountability. And I mean, he's gamed down an entire nation of women. So it says for me, it's hard to say he don't got no game, but when the actual peace leave is on the line and he not in a car doing a pre-recorded video, looking into the camera with bedroom eyes and wobbling his head like that when he talk, then the game, when the actual peace leave is on the line, the game kind of gets whack. So I don't know, but you can't game down an entire nation of women and then I say you ain't got no game. So it's kind of divided on that. Omega Dreads in the building. Aaron B, See the God, YouTube Premium. Shout out to those that make it in bright and early. Mr. Shane Vicious says he has basic game at the Mac the Trucker. Okay, you go game down the whole nation. 6-pack or no 6-pack. Go game down an entire nation of women and get them to follow you. That's not easy. Tell your minds don't be petty when we do express what's on our mind. They quick to time somebody out. Fair enough. We will make sure that that's not happening. We will make sure, or at least I will try to make sure that that's not happening. Deacon Dave in the building says, did you see Kev and Kendra G last night? I'm assuming they were on Instagram. I don't follow Kevin on Instagram. I tend to wait until he take clips from his Instagram and put them on YouTube, and that way they're fresh and new to me, and I can just sit back and enjoy them. and they're normally the highlights, so the filler parts of the show are eliminated. So I do like his little he killing it with those Instagram clips. Do something live for the Instagram platform and then just move it over to the YouTube for the people that, because he got two different audiences. It's people that Instagram that don't YouTube, people that YouTube that don't Instagram. So that's actually genius. He like doubling, tripling up the views that way. So yeah, I just kind of wait. 122 people in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit that like button. But I was aware that they knew of each other. Somebody asked about him on her stream, and she said that they had spoken or exchanged messages, and there were rumors of a collab between the two. So I'm assuming that must have happened. And that's cool. I kind of could see it happen. She kind of running a format similar to Kevin Samuels, even though it ain't nowhere near as hard hitting. It's like a basic elementary version of what Kevin Samuels is doing. But she is actually working to get people together. She got a unique setup where, and this is where Instagram is different than YouTube, where somebody call into her show, you can see their Instagram page in the chat, or when they join the live stream, the name, I think the name that you see present is the name of the person there. So like, for example, a guy calls in, all the women that are watching, they can see him on camera. Two, they can see the name of his Instagram page. Two, he drop it in there. If they liked him, they can go click on it and then DM him. And then from there, they have a conversation and possibly meet up. So in her own way, yeah, she's putting some couples together. Now, people probably just hooking up, fucking, or just, just all kind of probably a cesspool of BS going on. Who knows? But she do try to ask questions to see if people are actually interested, actually looking for love, looking for real love. That's what the type of questions she try to see. But people are people. So, but in her own way, she putting people together, which ain't bad. Yeah, this is just Freestyle Friday, titled differently, because I got tired of people thinking that we about to be freestyle rapping. A lot of people don't know this. She took it down, but Tanya TKO did a dance show where it was just they just played music and just had like a little dance off on the show. It was like 4 different women, different blocks, and they was playing I don't know, some off the wall Michael Jackson, and they just sitting there dancing and having a good time, and they was having fun. But I mean, some of them you would rather not see all those loose body parts flailing around. I mean, it's just. But anyway, when I did Freestyle Friday, people be actually thinking when I put it up Freestyle Friday that I'm about to have people come up, like we about to be in here freestyling, about to be spitting bars. No, so. But anyway, he said I give him too much. Kendra G is the woman who me and Obsidian did some content on her. We did it over here. So you had to look at that show where heightism versus okay, you got it. Somebody already told you. Yeah, that show me and Obsidian did heightism versus fatism or something like that. We played a clip of her. Interesting stuff on that show, by the way, where the women kept asking the guys' height when they would come up and talk. They would kept asking the guys' height, and the guys would tell their height, and so forth and so on. And then basically the guys started asking, okay, what's her weight when the woman would come up and to be propositioned or whatever. The woman would come up and the men would start asking, in the comment section, their weight. And then the women, you got all, oh no, that's too personal. We can't talk about our weight. And she was like, okay, well, I can't ask about their height. No, let's go height for height. They want to know our height. We want to know their height. Men don't care about height. And I proved that on this show because I asked men, what's your ideal height? And I saw dudes put anywhere between 4'11" and 6'2". And I'm somebody who's dated women anywhere between 4'11" and 6'2". But after dating a wide variety of women, I found out that around about 5'9" is my ideal height that I like for a woman to be. But I've dated everything on the spectrum. Dating everything on the spectrum is how I came to the conclusion that I like them taller. I like the long legs. How tall am I? I was about to lie. No, I'm 6'1". I was about to say I'm 5'4", and then just sit back, chill, and just wait for the reactions. But no, I'm 6'1". You want to talk about Kendra G's back and forth with Kevin? Well, tell me what was interesting about it. Because right now, while I'm live, I can't, and this happens on a random freestyle show with no topic. I end up in an awkward position where if I type in her Instagram and I go there and try to look at that conversation, you say you want to talk about her back and forth, but I don't know where the interesting part of it is. You see, so we'll probably just end up listening to a lot of filler, which can be boring. So you're just gonna have to lead the way on that and tell me what was the tell me what was the interesting takeaway. I just put it on there. It looked like a 2-hour long conversation. Oh, it looked like he just called into her show. It looked like he just randomly called in. She got his name on the title. Oh, nope. I stand corrected. I just was scrolled through the whole thing. I didn't see him. So I don't know. They had a takeaway on his channel. They had a chop it up on his channel. All right, now I'm paying attention to the chat, so you can let me know what was interesting. You can let me know what was interesting or worth discussing. And yes, as Leo Anthony says, hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. He hung up on her, Bernard. Yeah, right. If he hung up on her, that conversation went hella left. Because when it comes to other media personalities, unless they just do like that, I forgot her name, something Richie chick. I forgot her. I don't know who she is. Kevin Samuels basically kicked her off the line in a Clubhouse because she was getting out of pocket. But typically, with a media personality that Kevin got possibility to collab and do business with, he normally keeps it, professional. He's a businessman. So if he hung up on her, woo, I mean, it must have really went south. But I don't believe that. Goodman says he hung up on her at the end. She didn't answer his age question. Kendra G? Wow. So she called. What did she call in to Kevin Samuels' show trying to get advice? That's a bad move for her. I mean, as a content creator who's putting people together, you shouldn't put yourself in a weak position of going to somebody for advice publicly. Now, if she wanted his advice or his rating or his evaluation, she should do that behind the scenes and pay him. But to come live and try to do it, yeah. Zero in the building. He says, let's talk about the effect that the chicken sandwich has had on the Black community. Francis, shout out to you. He says, Bernard, I think that was a typo right there. I think he meant yo. What do you call me? Okay, the H and the Y is right next to each other, so I'm gonna assume he didn't call me a hoe, and he meant yo Bernard. I think that's what he mean. Yo Bernard, I've been following your content since the Lucario one-on-one. I really enjoy what you do. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That Lucario show was a classic, even though fantastic as usual. Got to come up and flip the tables over. Ow, my back. Got to come up and flip the tables over. But it was interesting and entertaining. But yeah, it went south. I felt kind of bad about that because I respect Lucario, but it went south. It went south, and I don't like for that to happen when people come up. But I let people know that hey, if we're doing an open panel, and it was he said bring on the smoke. He said bring on the smoke, and the smoke came. And so I didn't like how it went. I didn't like how it went south like that. I didn't like how it went south like that because I do respect Lucario. So it did go south. It was a wild one. Got great views. My highest live stream views ever. Jesseville III says he hung up on her because she kept trying to tell a story instead of answering a question. She don't answer questions. That's why I'm so surprised she put herself in a position like that. Because one question that she asked people, because she will ask people on her show, when's the last time you had sex? Okay. The reason she do that is because her shtick is she's trying to get with people who are looking for love, who are looking for a real relationship. But if you could sit there and say, oh, I had sex 3 days ago, okay, well, what's up with that person? You ain't looking for love over there? So how we know that you ain't just trying to just have some random sex with this person? And so, but somebody flip around and try to ask her, when's the last time you had sex, Kendra? She said, I'm the host. I don't answer these questions. So in a way, it's like she kind of gave up her position as her position of power, so to speak, which is cool that Kevin Samuels wields power over her. I like that. But she gave up her position. JR, I got your email when you said Manosphere should support Derek Jackson. Today's a good day for you to come up and talk about that when I put the link out there. Right now, we just spitballing various ideas, but I'm gonna put the link out real soon, and we just gonna chop it up about whatever. But so that's an argument you could put forth. SKC already did that in an SKC trolling kind of way, but it was still good. It was still good. He said some good stuff, and some of the stuff that he said applies to some people in the Manosphere, not everybody though. But he says the problem with putting notifications from IG on is you have endless ones from girls masturbating with their endless selfie pics. So I don't see women masturbating on Instagram. I see twerk videos on Instagram, and they send you to somewhere else, an off-site like OnlyFans, where you can see them masturbating if you wish. So you have to ignore all the trash to get Kevin Samuels ones. You have an interesting search history if Instagram is only sending you people that's masturbating. I'll say that much about you, JR. I'll say that much about you because I don't get sent pictures on Instagram of people or videos on Instagram, people masturbating. I didn't even know you could masturbate on Instagram. I thought your channel got taken down for masturbating, just like you get taken down on YouTube if somebody start masturbating. So you got a hellified search history. If you can watch masturbating videos, if they just sending you masturbation videos on Instagram. Yes, Jessica, Kevin is discussing Derek tonight. I watched a small bit of you and Obsidian last night, and I cracked up laughing when you said the letter H. H. That's just so funny to me, even though it's technically correct. It just was funny. H. He didn't call me a hoe. He said, yo. He said, yo. He said Bernard is in his Jesus top. No, this is actually the top that Frodo wore in Lord of the Rings. Actually, Bilbo wore, got it given to him in the Hobbit, and I think in the third Hobbit movie. This is that top, that one that made from some special elvish metal that can't be penetrated by a sword. Yes, This is actually metal. No, this is actually one of them Derek Jackson muscle shirts. See, I went and bought a muscle shirt, and I didn't realize that the muscles were sold separately. I thought, so yeah, so I, there it is. Apparently, the muscles don't come with the muscle shirts. You got it. Those are sold separately. I didn't know that. But anyway, where we at? Zero sent another super chat. Is but Zero. You don't get timed out like Silent did. Okay. Our hashtag bonnet bitches 2021 real ride or dies and where to find them. On Derek Jackson's couch with her hand in a vice grip. That's where you find the real ride or die bonnet bitches. Man, I know her hand just looked. I know her hand was asleep for like 2 days after that video. I know her. She was trying to wake that hand up for a long time. Actually, shirts like this is what I wear more times than not, just casually walking around. And I used to wear shirts like this back when I used to consistently work out, and I was, really, really filling them out. I done got, a little flab, I mean, it's still a little something, little bit of pectoral, stuff going on in here. But man, it ain't looking good for me, man. I got to commit to that gym. We need posh interpretations again, Zero. I got to recommit to that gym. I do. The Mac the Trucker in the building. The reason I say Derek Jackson has game is because I believe he reached out to a certain dating coach in this space and bought the. Come on, man. Oh man, I don't understand them booty eaters. I just don't. I don't. Shit comes out of there. You can't get around that. No matter how clean that butthole is, you are still eating a small, tiny bit of doo-doo. If you are licking booty, eating booty, you are eating a small, teensy-weensy bit of doo-doo. No matter what, no matter how you slice it. Osama Abdu in the building says, BR Freestyle Fridays always coming with the fire. Derek Jackson talking in third person gave me if yeah. I'm not saying I killed her, but if I did, this is how I would have did it. Yeah. All day. All damn day. Oh man. Oh shoot. I hope I ain't missed nobody's super chats. Man, I don't know. We need but all right, JR, if you are available and you want to come up, you can come up and make a case for why we should support Derek Jackson. There are some people in this space who do have a thought process, thought pattern, and mentality to where a man can do no wrong. A man, he bends the world to his will. He ain't just a fish in the water. He's a shark. When he move in that water, and he moved, the water move. He moved the mountain. Everybody crowd around it. That's the world, the media, his children, the women in his life. Emphasis on women. It don't matter what happens or what he does, long as he gets them to fall in line, get on board, or don't mess whatever he trying to do up, he winning. Like some dudes talk like that, and there's really there's no morality in the game. You see, when there's absolutely positively no morality, no, you just doing whatever, you're just doing whatever, however, whenever. And as long as you winning and as long as you making people in your world bend to what you want them to bend to, anybody tell you shit? There's some people who think like that and operate like that, and the hell with consequences. Like some people will hear, man, I moved out of state and I got that bitch to not even put me on child support for my 2 kids. She was about to go do it. I talked her out of it and I moved. I've been living in California for the last 6 months. So you ain't taking care of your kids. You ain't sending no money. You're not physically there with them, not doing nothing with them. You just off in another state and you ain't pitching in. You ain't helping out. When's the last time you talked to him? When if he just got an attitude of, nigga, I'm winning, I ain't got to pay nothing, and I'm over here fucking LA hoes. It's like I can't get jiggy with that. But some dudes talk like that. Some dudes be using honest, fair critique of women as their excuse to be the reckless Negro that they was anyway. You see? And if you're doing that, then I can't get jiggy with you. If all you are just some reckless dude who using manosphere talking points as an excuse or springboard to just go and get ignorant, But dudes like that, they shouldn't really criticize Derrick Jaxn. They shouldn't really criticize Derrick Jaxn. Those dudes shouldn't have nothing to say. But SKC was using the arguments that would work on those guys, but those arguments don't work on me. I may play the clip of me and I may, repackage the clip of me and SKC conversation. It was a good conversation. It didn't go long enough because I had to run upstairs. That was when I thought I had a home invader, a home intruder. I had to run upstairs real quick. No, this ain't a dashiki. It cut off at the waist. It don't. If it went significantly below the hips, it would be a dashiki. Yes. You said I knew something was off. Bernard showing off arms for the new female subs with all the Derrick Jaxn videos. Yeah, man. Told you I had to go get the Derrick Jaxn muscle shirt, but the muscles were sold separately, man. I gotta go find the muscles. I don't, they sell them at a different store apparently. But no, this is how I dress. I almost ain't going to air. This is a regular casual day for me. Real talk. This is regular casual day. I rock a lot of V-necks. But my V-neck game is struggling because I gotta get back in the gym. The V-necks only look good when you got your muscle game up, when your arms, chest, and shoulder is nice and beefed up right. That's when the V-necks look good. Oh, and right now, let's get the accurate count because we are watching Derrick Jaxn subscriber gate over here. We gotta keep a close eye on his subscribers. He is down to 732,000 subs. I think he was at 752,000. Some people said 758,000. Some people said that. So either way, he has lost either 20,000 or 25,000 subs. I forgot what Looney Tune character says it like that. Is that Daffy Duck or Sylvester? Jessica says 758,000. I thought it was 753,000. So either way it go, he's lost about 25,000 subs. He's losing them. They dropping like flies. And me and Jessica, as I did hear this part of her and Obsidian conversation. Obsidian is more along the lines of it don't matter because people are going to go in there, they're going to look, they're going to see 700,000 plus subs, and he winning as far as they concerned. But me and Jessica is in agreement that active subs do matter as far as your channel, not the perception, but just the people unsubbing. People unsubbing, those are people that literally listen. When he drop a video and it get 70,000, 75,000 views, right now he just got knocked down to 50,000 views. Still killing it. But I think when he start back dropping videos, when he drop videos and he not addressing the issue, but he's actually trying to Team Jackson, what's happening, and then start telling the story and start talking about this or reacting to this video or reacting to that video, those videos are not going to get as many views. Osama Abdu says, BR, was yesterday's show the highest live views you ever had? Almost. The highest I had actually was the Lucario stream. That one got up to 794 views. 794. That's my highest. This one, the yesterday one, got like I think 766. Me and Angry Man was at like 780. Me and Obsidian was like I think I can't remember now. I think to my memory, Lucario was the highest. It was one of the streams with Obsidian. One of them with Angry Man. They got super duper high up there. But I know Lucario was, I do remember that landmark because I was like 4 or 5 away from 800. I was like right there. I was like 800. Let's go. Then boom, just dropped down to 775 like that. It's like the haters saw me about to hit 800 and they hurried up and left. Obsidian says, according to Social Blade, Jackson YouTube channel has lost 17,000 subs. Okay. Maybe Social Blade is a day behind or 36 hours behind because I do remember it said 753,000 subs. And now it is saying 732. I don't know where Jessica got the 758 from, but if that's what she said she saw, that's what she said she saw. But I saw 752,000. So there's that. So maybe Social Blade just need to update it. But I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Falcon Black, when you say all he need is a crying pity video, they'll come back. When his wife was talking, I was sitting there saying, if he could just conjure up one Denzel Washington from Glory tier, when he had her hand in that vice grip, sucking all the life force out of the left side of her body, when he had her in that vice grip, if he could have just conjured up one tier while she was talking, if he could have just worked up one tier. Just conjure it up. That would have played well for his audience. We would have saw through it. I would have accused him that Negro took an onion, cut open the onion and put it on his eyeball right before the put it on his eyeball right before he started going. Then, fellas, we have to ask BR when the debate will go down. Everyone in the Black Manosphere is waiting for it. Game Cat's been taking some major L's. Haven't even seen all those L's. But I do see how they could be taking some L's because that's the nature of the game when you oversell the argument, when you oversell the ability of game. It's easy to refute it until they open themselves up for the anti-game niggas to mount a counter argument. I look at game like this. Some of it you can't teach. Some of it you just got to experience and just develop, just better communication skills and better social skills over time. Some people have the natural gift and just know how to read people and just really, really good at it. And there's people like me who I just didn't have that natural quick thinking on my feet gift to gab out there when I was dealing with the ladies, but I just had to I learned that, and I actually heard some dating coaches say some stuff that those are some good do's and don'ts right there. Now those do's and don'ts were not going to help me get a Victoria's Secret model, but the women in my lane that I could get access to, those good do's and don'ts increase my percentages. And increase my percentages with them, I was able to just, improve the quantity and slightly improve the quality. Just based off some good, solid do's and don'ts. Don't do this, do this. In this situation, you don't want to do this because it'll come off like this. Don't do that. You don't want to be something that Lucario say all the time now. And he said it, he's been saying it for a while. Don't be incongruent in your energy. Don't have a dating profile set up. Don't have a dating profile set up where it comes off like you're just some nice guy looking for a girlfriend, and then you talk to her on the phone and you're just talking to her like just some nice guy looking for a girlfriend, and then you get on a date with her, and then once you get around her, now you're trying to get all touchy and Philly on her and get, then she's like, wait a minute, I thought you was something else, and then you pull it back like, oh, you get down like this. What she do get down like this, but you didn't give her that I'm about to be getting down like this energy. So you got to start from the start with how you get down and how you want to get down and this or that or blah, blah, blah. That's what you got to do. So it helped me realize that I was being incongruent in some cases all the way up until the point to where I got them in my house, and now I'm trying to get some sex popping off. It's like, so those were just, I know that sounds basic. Don't clown me. I know that sounds basic, but there's some guys who just don't know basic stuff like that. So when it came to basic do's and don'ts, I think game guys can help guys with some basic do's and don'ts. But sometimes when they get going, it can come off as overselling, overplaying their hand. When they start explaining all the magical things that game can do, it comes off like that. Somebody said one tier is not enough. Make sure, good people, that you can order your autographed copy of the Book of Obsidian. You can order that now for $35 on Obsidian's Patreon. Go to $Obsidian Radio or PayPal him at paypal.me/Obsidian Media Network. Be sure to include your name and street address and all of that good stuff. The third shipment of the Book of Obsidian will be coming in, and the second it comes in, he will sign it and send it right off to you. Or if you're like me, who I personally didn't care that much to get it autographed, I just wanted to use book. Soon as they were available, before he even dropped the information that you can cash app to get it signed, I just went on to BookBaby and just bought it instantly, and they sent it in roughly 7 days. You can go to bookbaby.com and get it, but I think Obsidian probably prefers you do it this way. I don't know what he prefers. They pick your medicine. You pick your poison, pick your medicine, whatever you want to do it. But that is one way to do it. You can cash app Obsidian. $35 just include the details that he needs to know in order to get it going. Jessica X says Bernard going to act like he didn't see it. Oh, y'all talking about sweet? I know y'all talking. Okay, I'll go ahead and put it up there. Dating music. Looking buttery bound and drooling. Look at those strong arms. Let me say, yeah, you need to stop. You gassing me up. You gassing me up. But thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it. I be over here fronting like I be seeing them little compliments. I just be fronting like I don't see it. I just keep talking about the topic and keep my straight face on, but in my mind I be like, yeah. But anyway, that's how that's that smooth player shit. Just act like you don't even see it. That's how you do it. Make them keep coming back for more with more compliments, but then screenshot it all. And then have your head getting all big once you put the whole collection of it down. Get a whole collection of the act like you don't see them, but screenshot all of them and read them later. Opinionated Brother Radio got Obsidian book on iTunes. Right on, right on. No, real talk, Pablo. I put it like this. This I knew I didn't have game. I would get choosing signals from women, not quite as overt as sweet pea diabetes, but I would get a lot of choosing signals from women. But then when I would go talk to them, halfway in, I was like, I could tell that they just losing interest as the conversation is going, because I guess I was just having a boring ass conversation with them. And they'll end up losing interest, or I might end up getting a number, and then they'll just be texting back very sporadically. And I was like, damn, what did I do wrong? She just looked me up and down, and I fucked the shit out of me. What is going wrong here? And again, that's where I think some of the game dudes, some of them, can give you some good information of what you might be doing wrong. So yeah. But overall, you are right. There are certain women that I was their type. So my only job was to just not mess it up. My only job was to just not say something stupid. The guys who come in that ain't exactly this chick type, but they gotta somehow penetrate all her walls and barriers. How she pushed, women lean back sometimes when the guys start talking to them. They don't even want you in a personal space. The guy who got to break down all those layers and barriers and charm them and charm their friend, because a friend is already trying to pull her away, and you gotta be funny and entertaining and charismatic to hold. It's like that's difficult. That's difficult. That I couldn't do. I got better at it over time. Let me just say that I did get better at it over time. But post marriage, getting out there dealing with women, no, it was difficult. It was difficult. I was spent my whole adult life working, going home, kids, wife, kids, work, work, kids, wife, work, kids, wife, work, kids, wife. When I got out there dating women and all they crazy, erratic, all over the place nonsense, yeah, it was a lot of stuff I didn't know. Oh, that would be. Because I took Sister George wrench. Because I listen, you can't be a woman with a wrench over here in my space, but go somewhere else and act a goddamn hyena. So I just took her wrench. When she went full Super Saiyan hyena on Angry Man that day for practically no damn reason, I was like, nah, I can't be over here he-heing and haw-hawing with a chick who just that damn out of pocket. Like, no, so I just took her wrench. She might get it back someday, but right now I'm like, nah, fuck that. If she disrespect him like that, she'd disrespect all us like that. So that's why I took her wrench. Now it would be funny if she done came over here covert undercover at Sweet Pea Diabetes, flirting with me and shit. That would be funny as hell. I don't know if it's a 12-month probation, but she's definitely on probation. Thank you, Osama Abdu. Sister George is a walking billboard for BFF. Black Men Travels. Somebody Google, okay, so yeah, somebody figure out how much money that is for me, but thank you. Rather that add up to $2 or $200. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Salute to you. Black Man Travels. He said, I live in Colombia. I believe I have a solution for the black man's plight in America. I would love to come on the show. let me take a wild guess and assume that your solution is get women from wherever that currency comes from. COP. I don't even know what that is. But this is an open up show, a freestyle show, a show where you guys can just come up and tell me what's on your mind. Oh shit, my bad. Red sings the blues. Almost missed yours completely. Donation to you, Bernard. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Says BR, the fans want the grand debate. Make it. You know what? I will. If everybody is up for it, and I don't want personal attacks in it. Okay. But if Game Changer Zero want to do some joint debate, or Game Changer Zero or MOT, that's some fire. Want to do some type of joint debate against I've had Steve the Dean on the show. I know a lot of y'all don't like him, so I don't know if I do another one-on-one with him. I don't know about that, even though I enjoyed the conversation. I do got to listen to my audience if y'all don't like him. I enjoyed the conversation with him. But if he come on to do a debate, I think y'all would like that. Y'all probably don't want to hear him speak for a long time unchallenged. I give a respectful interview. I only challenge you if you say something outright crazy. I'm going pounce on it. If you just get outright crazy. And when he starts saying some stuff I disagree with, I had to challenge him on some of it. But I keep it clean, keep it respectful. You respect me, I respect you. So but I want to bring up personal stuff about his wife. So that's one thing I would want to keep off the table. If I do that debate, it will be about the concept and utility of game, and whether or not game can help men in this 2021 climate. That would be the debate. And somebody's personal situation with their wife and their wife's significant others is off the table. If we do that, because I'm about to bring people up here just to get attacked by you Negroes. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna, because that ain't right. So if they're up for a debate, we will do a debate. Game niggas versus anti-game niggas. We will make that debate happen if all sides are up for it, with the understanding that there won't be vicious personal attacks. Somebody's saying you should get Derek Jackson on here. Obsidian has been trying to get Derek Jackson to talk to anybody for years, yet to no avail. So I strongly doubt Derek Jackson will come here. Strongly doubt that. Strongly doubt that. We will light up Steve the trash man. Hashtag no respect. Okay, see. Mr. Shane Vicious, I think you hate on dating coaches for the same reason that they hate on traveling guys. I think the traveling guys are people who are figuring out a way to not have to learn game, not have to pay a dating coach to learn game. They're just paying for plane tickets and trying their luck over there. Which, shout out to Pablo. He did a really good stream that I'm going to figure out a way to. But there go Pablo right there. Great stream, Pablo. I didn't watch all of it. I just skimmed it. But what you did right there was huge. What you did right there is huge. A lot of the passport bros showed their wives. That was everybody just saying y'all out there tricking on hoes, buying prostitutes or this or that or blah blah blah. Hey, I saw men in happy marriages with attractive women, black men in happy marriages with attractive, in some cases, blackish women. And if they starting families with these women and they living a good, happy, healthy, functioning life, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. This game anti-game is some BS. Y'all anti-gamers need to get over it. Black men don't need more wedges. Out of here. I almost agree with you on that one. Almost agree with you on that one. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. Red Sings the Blues. It says, I already reviewed Neil Strauss, the game which Steve got. Oh, the game which Steve got wrong on many different aspects. If you were to debate, I'll come on and talk about his notes. Interesting. Interesting. Somebody says, what up, Draymond? Thanks for that super chat. Red Sings the Blues. All right. We've got a few topics on the table. A few people brought up some things that they found interesting that they wanted to talk about. Obsidian had something that he had on his mind. I may let Obsidian fire off first, but this is an open panel type of shindig here. So it won't be but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm not going. Me and Obsidian did a long strenuous one-on-one for like 3 hours and then opened it up. So we ain't doing that today. But I think Obsidian had something on his mind. But I do want to, if I put in the title that we doing an open show, what's on your mind, that's a show for any and everyone. So any and everyone that got any and everything to say, feel free to come on up and have your say. No one has said the game doesn't work or has an issue with the word. The issue is mostly them niggas expanding the definition and shrinking it when needed. Fair point. Perhaps that's a fair point. Ugh. My man, Mr. Shane Vicious. I don't hate dating coaches. Damn it. Hold on. Mr. Shane Vicious says, I don't hate dating coaches. I respect most of them. Steve is not one of them. He's a Yeah, I gotta quit Ron Burgundy, but I keep falling for that Ron Burgundy. Reading whatever on the teleprompter. We got Leo Anthony in the building. Hold
on. Can you hear me, Bernard?
I can hear just fine.
All right. Yesterday, like last night, I was watching Instagram, and I happened to catch Kevin Samuels' Instagram live, and Kendra G just randomly popped up. And she asked Kevin, she explained her situation that basically she was 40 years old. She wanted a man that makes over 6 figures because she makes 6 figures. And was it over for her? And is she wrong for wanting what she wanted? And Kevin explained to her that, that's not what he says, and that's not the case. He was saying that a lot of times when women start to make more money, either be it through their education or some other means, they overprice themselves and their price is too high. And then they're not really willing to kind of accept what men want who are at that level of a high value man. And what Kendra kept trying to do was ask Kevin, okay, you say that high value men are likely to cheat, and she doesn't want to accept that. So should she settle for a man that makes less than money? Hang on one second.
Well, let me say this real quick. Holy shit. Okay, we have a problem. I said freestyle show, open panel, any and everybody can come up. And lo and behold, RB freaking R just hit the link, so I might have to let RB up for 30 seconds. But anyway, and I hope I sound okay. Yesterday when I brought Obsidian up, for some reason it seemed like when I bring somebody up, my sound get kind of echoey. I don't know, but what was I saying? Yeah, okay. So if I had to assess her, not that I'm good at assessing somebody, she is an attractive woman. She ain't no dime, she ain't no nine, she probably ain't even an 8. But I guess did up. Yeah, she getting 7-ish category, but she's 40. So regardless of what she's making, yeah, I think middle-aged, 45 something year old man who make about 70, 75, 80K. That's about what she should. She don't have to drop all the way down to a 42K middle average guy. But yeah, but some guy making some I think some regular cat making about 70, 80K.
She wasn't willing to accept that though, because Kevin kind of presented the same thing. Okay, what about a guy that makes 40 to like 80K? Would you have the same?
She don't gotta go.
Level?
I don't think she got to go as low as 40 because she do look good enough and she kept herself in enough shape, and she real or fake, she got some good good boobage going on. She got some good boobage going on, real or fake. I see some good boobage. I see a lot of good measurables up in there. So she don't got to go down as low as 40 something. There's some regular cat that's hard working and making about 70, 80K who's well into his 40s. We'll look at that like, yeah, that's something right there. And you never know. By the time he's 50 or whatever, he might be making the 6 figures, So I think that's just kind of goofy on the part of a 40-year-old woman who kept herself looking good. I think she, get you a decent looking regular cat that make about 75K. I think that's fair. Right,
but the problem was when Kevin explained that to her, and he had to like check her a lot of times because she was very opinionated, and sometimes she would like cut across them, and every time she did it, like you should see her face, like her right eye was wincing. She was gritting her teeth. She had a big smile on, but it looked like she was struggling. When Kevin told her to hold on or wait a minute, she was just like, "I'm gonna respect the platform. I'm not gonna argue with you." And they started arguing, and then at some point in the conversation, Kevin asked her, "Okay, what is the best age range for Black women to get married and have the best possible outcomes?" And she couldn't give an age range. She kept going back to her friend that was 40 years old and got married and had a kid at 40. And she kept trying to use that outlier situation as a way to say, oh, okay, it's not hopeless. There's still a possibility that a 40-year-old could get a high value man. But what Kevin was getting on is like, that's not a good advice for the collective of women, because you don't want to tell them that they can pretty much do whatever they want and they might have this outlier situation happen for them later. He was trying to tell her that the best advice was to say that between the ages of like your early 20s to 35, you should look to get married if you want to have children. And she kind of didn't want to say that. And that's when he got annoyed and frustrated, because he asked her that 3 times in a row and just hung up on her.
Well, okay, first off, before I even respond to that, Emin Perry in the building, he says, but she's 40, Bernard. She loses points with age. Yeah, she does. But even with losing a point, even if we put her as a 6, a woman who's a 6, who's 40, and cute and attractive and got a nice body, some guy, like depending on where you at, as I said, some guy who's 45-ish, making 70K, that ain't exactly killing it or knocking it out the park. That's just doing good. That's just doing okay. You're making a solid living. So I'm saying that she should, get a guy closing in on 50 who makes a solid living. She can. That's fair. That's fair. Just a solid living guy. But keep in mind, even that guy who making that little solid living, if he want to, he could probably find a 32-year-old who make 25K, and she probably think like, hey, I'm coming up with this 70K older gentleman. So he could go younger if younger is a major preference for him. But it's men who are 45 who had their kids when they was younger, probably been married and divorced. I mean, if they could find an agreeable, nice looking 40-year-old or late 30s, they not tripping on that. I mean, that guy is out there. That's all I'm saying. That's an attainable goal she could shoot for. It's some men now, depending on that man who's 45, depending on his ideology, he might have an ideology where he might be thinking, I want more kids, so I want a younger woman, I want this, I want that. You don't know. But it's some guys who are that age, somewhere between 40 and 50, 45 and 50, they look at a 40-year-old woman, they like, hey, she younger than me, she look good, her stomach flat, her titties big. I can get jiggy with this. I'm just saying that's possible for her. That's all I was saying.
It's possible, but Kevin still was trying to point out that that's an outlier situation.
But hold on, wait, hold on. It's a difference from what I described and what she talking about with high value. What she talking about
Right.
high value, she could stay living in Buckhead and stay at home and not have to work. That's what they talking about. So they're talking about 250, 300,000. That's what they talking about.
Right. And
so that part she probably do need to take that off the table, or want it, wish upon a star, and if you get it, you get it. But realistically,
Yeah, and I had this conversation with one of my homegirls who said she wanted a dude that makes six figures, but when, at least the way I interpret it, when Kevin points out that these men who make over six figures, and he asks the women, okay, do you want kids? Do you want to have to provide any type of income in that situation? Do you want the man to be able to make enough money to take care of you and the children? The extra income he's talking about is for the wife and the kids. It's not to live a lavish lifestyle of luxury. And when I hear women say that they want a guy that wants six figures, they're talking about it from the aspect as they want to live a lavish lifestyle off his money.
Yeah.
And they get kind of stuck on that and don't really consider like the importance of marriage, because I believe the importance of marriage is basically it's a structure to raise a family in. I don't look at it as it's this thing to where it's a method of finding a means to be in love and live happily ever after with the man you're in love with. Because if you go off that, then that's why you got women that constantly divorce men, because they're chasing happiness and they don't even know what makes them happy.
Yep.
And that's why I believe that men don't divorce as much, is because they care more about keeping the family together and raising the family in a functional structure than being in love and living happily ever after.
Yep. When I was married, I told my ex-wife that, look, I'm a happy person. I wake up in the morning happy. It's not your job to make me happy. It's your job to just don't take away from my happiness. Don't fuck up my day. But she had a thought process where she either wake up neutral or she wake up angry, and it's my job to build her up to happy. And I'm like, no, you're not about to give me that job every day to make a miserable person happy. Like, no, you need to find that within yourself, and then we can come and meet each other as two happy people and just be happy together. But yeah, that's how a lot of them operate. That's how a lot of them react.
And that's what Kendra kept saying. She said she wants to be married, but she wants to be happily married. And Kevin kept telling her it's not about being happily married. That's not the purpose of marriage. And if you have that mindset, then as soon as you feel like you're not happy for whatever reason, you're just gonna end it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm with you. The logical basis of which it makes sense to actually get married is raising families. And I understand that there's a lot of people who can point out how that nowadays that ain't even logical. But that's simply the foundation of the structure. I talked about that when I did the clickbaity title, Black Men Don't Cheat / Can't Cheat ... because it's a social construct. Which that part isn't clickbaity, the part of it being a social construct. The Black Man Don't Cheat with Lil Duval in the thumbnail is on Patreon right now. But that part right there is clickbaity, because I because they kind of trolling with the Black Men Don't Cheat, knowing that niggas be cheating. But the part of it that is true, that that there are a lot of things that are social constructs, and yeah, monogamy in marriage and all of that, you know, that, yeah, a lot of that stuff is a social construct, and we could assess whether or not it's a good idea. We could assess the outcomes of it, and we assess the outcomes and results of a functional marriage where two people are working together and functionally raising kids to become functional adults and productive members of society. That's a good thing. That's a win-win-win for everybody. And so that's, to me, that's what marriage is about. Now, if people are not doing that, then I can understand in theory somebody wanting to be happy. But what they need to understand is marriage really was supposed to be a young woman's game. That she got married young and fertile and had kids, and as Kevin Samuels said, the love normally came later. The happiness probably potentially came at some point. But right now they're in a mindset to where there's no need to get married. There's no need to get on board with a man unless we're going to be happily married off in bliss somewhere in some little love nest, or if I'm being provided a lifestyle. Because providing, as I said in my video, but when I responded to what Ace Metaphor was saying, I was pointing out that providing literally meant, back in the day, providing literally meant roof over the head, food, water, electricity, food on the table. That's what providing meant. Now it means providing a certain lifestyle, because even though a lot of women didn't have to work back then, it was a lot of sacrifice. There was that man who was providing that roof over the head, food, water, shelter, electricity. It was still a lot of people in the working poor. There was a lot of sacrifices being made. So, but what they looking at it as a man who making a lot of money, and he pointed this out on his show, I think last night. Once the kids go to preschool, she's just trying to be, sipping lemonade on a balcony under an umbrella to block her from the sun, and just that's really what they want. They want that lifestyle. They want to be sipping lemonade on a goddamn balcony, going to brunch with their friends, and then to yoga, and then to shopping, and then picking the kids up from school, and then that's the lifestyle that they want. Providing meant providing necessities back in the day. Now it means a full-blown lifestyle. That's what they're talking about today. JR, if you want to come up right now and make a case for why the manosphere should support Derrick Jaxn, the link is right there. You can come up and you can speak almost immediately. I'll pull you right in. Mr. Shane Vicious says basically a lot of feminists are looking for bailouts. Yeah, yep, a lot of that going on. Like the video, as Falcon Black says down there.
Yeah, but what I find is that a lot of women want to be the exception to the rule, or they want the exception to the rule situation. And Kevin is not going to preach that. He's not going to talk about that. He's going to give you advice that works for the collective and gets the collective the best outcomes. And women kind of will try to get him to talk about the outliers that may be able to get married even if they got kids or are older in age. And that's not his stick. So I think a lot of women go wrong with that. And they have a problem with that because they feel like when he does that, he makes it seem like it's hopeless for them to get a high value man, which is not what he's doing. He's just giving you the best advice for the collective to get the best outcome for the best of the community. And a lot of women don't look at it that way. They kind of take it personal if he's not saying what they want to hear.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree with that. JR, come on up. Well, actually, no, I'm about to. Oh, damn! Obsidian is in the back chat. RBR, I'm about to give you your 60 seconds, and then we're gonna then I'm gonna bring up the old man. But good stuff. Good reporting of the news with the whole Kevin Samuels, Kendra G situation, which I knew nothing of. I thought they would have a good, peaceful conversation. She did speak well of him the one time I ever heard her speak about him. But
Nah, she was struggling to have that conversation and not argue back. And
Yeah,
then he wound up getting annoyed and hanging up on her, and then she made like an aftermath scream about it.
wow.
But thanks for having me, Bernard. I'm gonna have,
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you. Been a long time supporter over here. Definitely appreciate Leo Anthony. All right, RBR. What you want, man? What you got? What you got for us?
All right. Well, thank you.
We got to hear the truth. Hold on, real quick. Good man in the building. She said she's been engaged in her 20s, but left. Yep. Typical. Kevin Samuels might be on to something with the most engaged and least married tag on black women. Is that his concept? I believe that is his original concept. Yes, you need to patent it before somebody say he stole it from him. But go ahead, real quick, RBR. Go ahead. You got like 60 seconds to drop bombs on us. Go ahead.
Real quick. Okay. Well, I think that if women were the same as men, then we wouldn't be attracted to them. If men understand women view happiness like men view sexual gratification, then we could understand that what we view as sexual gratification, that's how they view happiness. So a woman will have sex with a man if he has material items or love or things that will make her happy. So what I did when one of my best shows last week was titled, "She Married Him for His Money. She Divorced Him because he didn't love her." So what that means is, as a man, you can't project.
Or she divorced him to take his money.
Well, if she couldn't be happy with all the money, if she couldn't be happy with all the money, I don't think she could be happy with half the money. So here's the point.
She could have half the money and be free, or have all the money and not be free. I think she'd take half.
Right, free to be miserable, alone and miserable. Yes. So what I'm saying is,
she's getting some
88 years old, alone and miserable, and shit, she'll be happy. No, she won't. So what I'm saying is, as men, we have to control our sexual appetite, because you'll do a Derek Jackson to your marriage if you give in to your innate desires, right? So as men, we have to control our penchant to run up in every woman that we meet, or every woman that wants to sleep with us. As a woman, she has to control her desire to be happy. And what does that mean? Buying a bunch of shit, buying a bunch of shoes, buying a bunch of clothes, buying diamond rings, and seeing other niggas, being Aisha Curry in the stands, and she looking at James Harden, wanting attention from the other players. Stop it. You control your desire to be happy, Jessica X, and I'll control my sex drive to want to run up in all your friends. So this is the problem that men and women have. I would not be attracted to another man, even if the man was female. So Derek Jackson's wife being bisexual, and I understand if she was hardcore lesbian, she wouldn't marry a man. But don't be bisexual and think that I'm going to marry you. How come? Because you're attracted to women, and I'm a man. That's no different than if you wanted a white boy, and then I'm going to marry a sister who wants a white boy. Come on. So you have to. Obviously, she thinks a white boy is going to make her happy, so she marries Derek Jackson. She thinks a woman's going to make her happy, so she marries Derek Jackson, because Derek Jackson is attracted to women, and he brings in the women, and then she runs up in the women. Stop that. You have to marry someone you love if you're a man. You have to marry somebody who loves you if you're a woman. No, you don't love him. You love his money. You love his muscles. You love the fact that he can protect you, and you love the fact that he's very attractive to women. So you get a lot of women that want him, and you can run up in those women and push up on those women. That's why women are into porn. How come? Because most of those women are gay, and that's where all the women are. So I want men to understand, a woman doesn't have any problem lying to you to get your money. She will lie to you and tell you, yeah, I'm just like a man. I want to have sex. I enjoy sex too. I want to work. I want to pay the bills. I want to do it. She's going to lie to you, whatever you want, whatever lie you want her to tell you, she's going to tell you to get that money. As a man, you have to understand that her happiness is really intent on you loving her. Why? Because if you don't love her, then all the bullshit that she's asking for, the unreasonable nonsense, like you were saying with your wife, waking up every 12 hours and she's depressed. Well, she's depressed
All right,
because
all
she
right.
has
God damn it, I didn't say that. Okay, all right. All right, JR, you about to make a case as to why the manosphere should support Derek Jackson. And I'm going to bring Obsidian to help me out with this one. But shout out to Sir Tice. He says, am I the only one that wonders how RBR could even pass a driving test with all the meandering he does? LOL. Well, at least the Russians weren't mentioned yet, because I think the Russians are what he was going to say made my wife depressed. Even though I never said she was, I mean, my ex-wife depressed, even though I never said she was depressed. But anyway, thank you, RBR. We needed all of that information. He says the majority of women switch hit at some point. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, JR.
I got bad signal.
You got bad signal? Oh boy. Okay, yeah, you was on that. Yeah, you had. Okay. All right. Well, we got Obsidian. Oh man, you're back in the building. What is going on? What is going on?
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? Okay, so we have a couple issues here.
Okay.
Actually, I agree with RBR. He's right. I'm all for men being expected to put a collar on their libido. But at the same time, women have to put a collar on their happiness or hypergamy, whatever you want to call it. They have to put a collar on that. If you want to make the deal, both applies. What a lot of black women in our current era want is for a certain subset of black men to put a collar on their sex drive while giving a pass to a smaller cohort of black men to run rampant. That's what we're seeing right now. While at the same time blowing the door off their happiness, hypergamy, whatever word you want to use. That is the fundamental problem we have here. Now, my thinking is this. This Derek Jackson situation has opened a floodgate. Okay? It's opened a Pandora's box. We're not going back. I just got finished attempting to contact somebody. I'm not going to put any names out right now because I got my own work to do. This is an individual who has been talking about similar topics for some time now. And I've noticed a pattern. It happens to be a black woman. I'm not going to say her name. Happens to be a black woman, micro influencer on social media, talking about these related issues. But when I stepped to her to have a conversation about this in light of what's going on with Jackson, she want to pull up short. It's too late. See, this is the fundamental issue with black women.
Are you saying she declined the discussion with you about Jackson?
Well, not just about Jackson himself, but I don't want to go into all the details, but Jackson definitely plays a role in it.
Right.
My point is this. I have a 6-year track record on YouTube alone where I've repeatedly attempted to have a sit down with black women about very important issues that are now coming out into, all over the place with this Derek Jackson piece. And every last black woman that along these lines, and what they all have in common is that they have these big platforms, but they don't want to have a conversation. Mm-hmm. That era is over. It's going to happen. It's a fait accompli. The question becomes, how is it going to happen? Are they going to come willingly, or are they going to come kicking and screaming? Either way works for me. I'm like the Mandalorian. I can take you in warm, or I can take you in cold. The question isn't whether it's going to happen. The question is how it's going to happen. This thing here with Derek Jackson, it's got legs. It ain't going away, nor should it. The conversation happens now. So, I mean, my thinking is It's time that black men and black women got brutally honest on both sides. Last night I was watching Kevin's Instagram. I don't know if anybody saw this. I was watching Kevin's Instagram. You would have found it interesting, Bernard. I'll send you a copy. Kendra G actually called him up.
Yeah. Me and Leo Anthony just spoke about that. So yeah, I'm interested to hear your take on it. I will definitely watch it after we get off the air tonight.
And that is a case in point. Now, let's be fair to Kendra G. In my estimation of her, compared to the other black women that I don't want to name right now, she's mild compared to them.
Oh yeah.
Nevertheless, her conversation with Kevin last night proves she's still on the BFF scale, just a milder form of it.
Yeah, she's on the spectrum.
Yeah, just mild. But she couldn't answer simple questions. Either she couldn't answer them or she refused to answer them. Take your pick. Either way, it's seriously problematic.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I love about Kevin is that he reigns on the just and the unjust alike. Matter of fact, I would argue he is infinitely harder on black men than he ever was on black women.
Mm-hmm.
He called we all heard what he said to one brother.
Yeah.
You're a fat so-and-so. He never called a black woman just flat out a fat so-and-so.
Right.
Okay? He's never done that. And even that is still not good enough. You got women wanting to sue him because he told them the truth. I blame Derek Jackson and his cohorts and his compatriots in the black love machine for creating this environment where black women have been lied to repeatedly for decades. And that's created a shockwave that's rippled out over black America and permeates every part of day-to-day black American life. I hold them responsible and I will hold them accountable. And any black man who attempts to impede my work in this regard, I will consider you to an accessory to their crimes.
Oh, you're done. I didn't know that you were exactly done right there, but that you just brought up something that's been a thing. That's been ever since you figured it out. I'll say it like this: ever since you figured out a while back, you couldn't explain why so many black men came at you when you were going after BFF, black female effery. They couldn't explain. I mean, you couldn't explain why they were coming after you. Why are you disagreeing with me? You in your mind, you're like, I'm fighting a good fight here. But then you had an epiphany that, oh, these are the men, they benefit from all the BFF. They don't want it to change. So
and now it's all revealed, isn't it? Now it's all revealed. See, this is how things operate in black American life. We don't like transparency. We want everything to be opaque and vague and behind the scenes and real bad boys moving silence and all that nonsense. Bunk. Put it out there on blast and then we'll see who's who. Now we know who's who, don't we?
Real quick, good people. Real quick. It's looking real shaky with the likes. It's looking real shaky on the likes. It's looking bad. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. 362 people in here, 141 on the likes. Look at the likes to around ballpark of 200, 175. We'll put it be at about, put it at almost half, 175, 180. But no reason why we can't hit 200 likes right now. That lets people know that you're here. If you're enjoying the show, enjoying the conversation, increase the amount of people in the conversation by hitting that like button. I know some of you forgot when you came on in. Get the likes up right now, like Rocco Killer 7 is saying right now. We just at 167. Let's bump that up a little bit more. Hit the goddamn like button, as Brother Xavier says. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let's go. Yeah, a lot of things.
I want to
real quick. Is my audio sounding funny? You said it sounds like I have marbles in my mouth, or are you just talking about?
No, you sound fine.
Okay, well, he's probably just talking about just the way that I talk. Those are my vocal cords. I can't help that. But all right. Go ahead. Whatever you was about to say right
No,
there.
there
Go
was a
ahead.
brother in the chat room that says, I can't take Obsidian seriously because he says that he does this for money, but now he wants to get all righteous. Why can't it be both? That's the problem with your dichotomous basic thinking. Why can't it be both and? Why can't I be righteous and I can make money? And it is different from Derek Jackson. I'm not him.
Nothing wrong with doing what you're doing on a media platform and making money from it. I do like for someone to mean what they say and say what they mean and stand on it. That is so. I think somebody can be criticized if you know they don't believe the words that are coming out of their mouth. They're just thinking that those words are more advantageous to making money. That's when criticism can come in. But it's a simple act of making money. YouTube is here for people to give content, whether they're creating something, whether they're doing some type of whatever they're doing. I mean, you know what YouTube does. And in some way, shape, or form, the content creator, once they get past the point of 1,000 subs and once they're monetized, even if they absolutely, positively, 100% love with all the bottom of their heart what they're doing, if once they hit that monetization button, they're doing that thing for money. And isn't that the American dream, to do something you love and we get paid to do it? So that's the weird part where on Black YouTube, where we have to explain that, yes, you could be passionate and believe in what you're saying, but still want to make some coin from doing it. As we shouldn't have to explain that one.
Yeah. But at the same time, we also have guys that saying we talk about women too much and we should be focused on, making money. And my thing is, I agree. Make the platform. I'm right behind you. That's how you feel about it. Make the platform, build it up, make it to where people want to, look at it. People want to tune into it. I'll support you. But what I'm not going to do is do your job for you. If you build it, they will come, field the dreams. If that's how you feel about it, build the platform. We need more black men building platforms instead of telling other black men who have platforms what they need to be doing with their platforms.
All right, back on the topic, whatever the topic is. I have no idea what the topic is. What we're talking about. This is a freestyle day, but you came up. You touched on the Kendra G situation, and you touched on how there's people who are sort of in the industry of talking about these type of things. Women who are in the industry of talking about these kind of things, but they don't really want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They're kind of they're punting on this, waiting for it to blow over and go away. What was the other thing? You mentioned something else. Or we can restart on one of those, or you could take it wherever you wanted to take it. But
yeah, there's a whole lot of different things. I mean, there's things that if people thought the Kevin Samuels situation, your average at best got legs. Oh my God, this situation, Derek Jackson, this is a shockwave. This is like the Klingon moon Praxis exploding.
Did you have this experience that I had last night when I'm sitting there chilling and I got a little alert from my phone and it said Tasha K? Because oh yes, I got the notifications on, but it said Tasha K popped up. I thought she was doing another Derek Jackson the Fourth of Mistress video, and there I am. I was ready to grab my wine.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm like, she did a video on something else. I'm like, don't be talking about other shit right now. We don't care about all that. Get to the Fourth and Fifth Mistress now. God damn it, we ready for all the tea.
Yeah. I fully expect Tasha K to be sitting on a war chest.
Oh yeah,
for incriminating, damning evidence on Jackson. I think she's rolling it out strategically. Mm-hmm. And I think that she's also making sure that it's being properly vetted by her legal team.
Right.
But she's got the goods on the guy. I mean, just rights. No. And I sincerely think that he's going to break Tiger Woods' record. So as this continues to unfold in the days, I'll go ahead and say it. I hope that Tasha K bleeds Derek out like the stuck hog he is. Bleed him out nice and slow, death by 1,000 cuts. And as each cut goes down, I think it raises more and more questions for the ladies. And that brings us back to Kevin's exchange with Kendra G last night. And again, kudos to Kendra G. You know, I don't think that she's evil or none of that. She's in a lot of ways deluded. The conversation I heard with her last night reveals a lot of delusion. And, you know, she doesn't want to own up to it. And, you know, it's going to be very difficult for a lot of black women. They're going to have to own up to their delusions. Delusions that have fueled an industry to the tune of billions. If they're not willing to own up to those delusions, this will never end. Black men have a job to do. And let me say it again. I hold the Derrick Jackson cartel and others in the black love machine, the black love business, for creating the situation we're all in right now. I hold them directly responsible. I saw what the roommates did in trying to scrub their channel quietly. That's not enough. This is the truth and reconciliation piece here. They need to come forward and confess. Nothing less will be acceptable. It's the same with the others. They have to admit that they played a role in creating the situation we're trying to put a collar on right now. Now, this is going to happen. It's a fait accompli. It's going to happen. I'll see to it that it does. The question is, how is it going to happen? Will it happen with them voluntarily doing it, or will it happen with them kicking and screaming? That's the question here. I set out on this whole mission to have a real conversation between black men and black women. It's going to happen. I've lived long enough to see it happen. The question is, how will it happen? Like I said, I can take you in warm or I can take you in cold.
We got Silent Lamont in the building. Said he wants to drop something on us real quick. I see you down there, JR. I'm gonna give you a Plantation Wireless another chance in a second. But go ahead, Silent. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yo, what's good, B? Oh man, what's good, broski?
Hey.
You know, I was actually gonna take you back. You guys were talking about how essentially the booty is rationed out to a larger percentage of men and then given out to the smaller pool of men. You know, you remember that conversation you were having just a few minutes ago? Mm-hmm. All right. So I think I was explaining this on Obsidians, man, you know, a few years ago. I think you may have remembered that. When I was trying to explain the gynocracy under the visual of the robots or the machines in the Matrix, right? Or the machines in the Terminator movie, where each Daggle has its own unique purpose to serve the gynocracy hive. The purpose, I believe, in them funneling that sex is because you create an artificial imbalance. So if as a woman, collectively, you want to live your best life in your 20s and have sex with the small pool of attractive men, but you still want to have those other men available for relationships, then you have to starve the market. Because if you want them to still be there, then you have to make sure you give them no water when they're in the middle of the desert. So when you do decide to come back around to them, they'll welcome you with open arms. And what's happened with the internet and with the manosphere is that bottom 80% of men, if you will, are now saying no. And so now these women are showing back up at the doorstep at 35, and they have no beta male providers to fall back on. Hence why everybody is calling Kevin's show. And also what's happening with Kevin's show, like I said before, it would get so bad where it used to be an ugly girl problem. Now it would get so bad to where you would start seeing more and more attractive women being affected. That's why I came up with the hyperbole last summer that you're going to start seeing attractive women homeless. That's why this is the precursor to this. These women are hurting. They're struggling. That's why they're looking for relationships, because they're looking for help. See, I think, Obsidian, you talked years ago about, you remember you were having a conversation about the hobosexuals.
Right.
Well, you got to remember that a lot of women hide their homosexuality within relationships. A lot of women would be homeless if it weren't for having a man, if it weren't for having a boyfriend. How many chicks are just living up under their dude's roof? All right. So these relationships for a lot of these women are the fallback plan. You hear what they're talking about? Again, what did I say? They want to be basketball wives. When you hear them calling, all they talking about is a nigga paying her bills. That's it. You don't hear them saying anything else. It's all about getting her bills paid. They call Kevin's show. Don't say anything about a penis with pockets. What I've been saying. He don't have a family. He doesn't have a life. He is just simply a workhorse that she can get her shit off on. Buy me bags, nigga dance for me. That's what they see as these marriages. And less men are available. And that's why you hear. And so that's why you heard me on BGS asking the question, when they come back knocking on your door, what is it that you're going to do? Are you going to open the door, or are you going to forget all of that shit that you saw? You're going to forget that 5 minutes ago they was talking about getting the bag. Now they done reworded gold digging into providing. I love it. They've just found a way to say enough nice creative words to now put it on men's ego to you're a provider because you're a man. No, you're a gold digger. You're just really phrasing it as me being a provider, me being a husband's supposed to provide. 5 minutes ago, you were independent and do all by yourself and didn't need no man. You need to earn being a housewife. You don't go from I'm independent and don't need no man to now I'm gonna be a housewife. There needs to be a whole 20 years of apology in between that.
So she has to work for that for 20 years?
I'm being generous.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So
I think it should be longer than that. There needs to be at least 2 generations of you showing that you could act right. Go ahead, brother.
Hang on. Because this comes down to a one-to-one interaction. So you ask the question, what are you going to do when she knocks on the door? Are you going to open the door or not? I'll open the door. I'll say, okay, let's hear your proposal. I have no problem with what black women want. If I'm going to accept your premise, the basketball wife premise. I'll accept that for the moment. I have no problem with a sister wanting that lifestyle. My question becomes, what's in it for me?
But they already gave you that answer, though, oh man. We sat here, we've had these back and forth.
I need them to say it directly to me. What's in it to me? They need to verbalize it. This is what you get in return. I don't want to intuit it. I don't want to divine the tea leaves. I want them to lay it out for me. Say it.
Well, sometimes, like you even say, to ask the question is to answer it.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough. I need them to say it. If that's the deal that they want, then they need to tell me in wording what I get in return.
See, I don't need them to say it. I can see by their actions exactly what they're doing.
That's fine.
I'm able to move throughout the world. I don't need you to tell me. I'm smart enough to pick up what you're doing that you don't have any intentions on giving. Like, the thing is, like, when you were watching Kevin, right? Here's the thing I don't like, right? Here's how you know. Because even when Kevin asks the women, or when they have these conversations, what is the man getting? They don't even have enough honor to say, I'm getting over, because they think we're stupid, right? So you want me as this man earning all of this money to be stupid enough to not know that I'm getting a horrible deal. And you're sitting here trying to sell me like I'm not getting, well, see, I could give him femininity, but you know you giving me a shitty deal. Just say that shit. I would feel better if you just say, you know what? I know I'm giving you a shitty deal. This is what I want, but this is what I bring. Instead of trying to convince me that the bullshit you're bringing to my doorstep is actually worth value. That's how you know it's full of shit.
I have no problem with how you choose to deal with it. Again, my argument is it's a one-to-one interaction. So no doubt they're going to be black men who feel the way you do. There's no question. I got no problem with that. I'm saying personally, for me, I'm looking at it through a personal lens, because I'm not dealing with all black women. I'm dealing with one. So my thing is, or one at a time, I should say. My thing is, okay, I have no problem with you wanting what you want. What you going to do for me? What do you bring for me that's of equal value?
Yeah, I think y'all are essentially saying the same thing. It's just Silent is looking at it from the perspective, I already know what the deal is, and I'm just going to move on and move accordingly. Obsidian is about putting somebody down in the witness stand and forcing a confession. That's
I'm not gonna be arguing about astrophysics with you.
Then that's the only difference. Y'all technically agree, apart from what I can assess from this.
We good. Obsidian is he's. I mean, this is his conversation, if you will, right? Like, man, I ain't got time for that. I'm not gonna be arguing with you. You either get right or get the fuck gone. I got way too many options. I ain't about to be arguing with you. I live in Dallas. It's over. Bye. I probably be doing all that.
Yeah. There. I mean, there's an aspect of it. These are media platforms where there's a rhetorical war of ideas, so to speak. So and I think that has a lot to do as well. Whether Obsidian wants to force a confession personally, or force a confession on the media airwaves before the world to see. That's part of the game too, for lack of a better word. Not necessarily playing the game, but that's part of the game. When you're doing the media thing, if Republicans can get liberals to admit publicly that, yes, we were wrong about this thing that we thought was a good idea and pushed for decades, if they can admit that it was wrong instead of just trying to pivot and repackage a new idea without admitting that they fucked up the world with their previous idea. No, you want them to admit it. And then we can move forward from an honest place going forward and try to solve the problem. So that's where Obsidian is at with it. In Silent, that's where Obsidian is at with it. In Silent, you're just more so just a person. Yeah, I know what it is. I know they fucked up, and I know what I have to do. So my life won't get even tampered with in the least bit by this little fuck up that's going on.
Bro, so, that's why I haven't had much relationship stresses, man. Like, I don't stand in that shit. Like, I got the ability to disconnect, so I'm not going to sit here. I don't argue with people. Like, this is the most arguing I do, like, when I get on these panels and shit. Like, I'm like, y'all, like, when y'all see cool Silent on here, I'm like really cool in my real life, bro. I'm a laid back dude. So, unless you piss me off, but I'm not going to be arguing with you. Like, I see my buddies with their girlfriends on the phone going back and forth. And I'm the dude in the back, like, bro, just cut it, bro. Just cut. Like, I'm not going to be doing all that.
Well, no, Silent, in that case, I want you to do some arguing in real life. Quit saving all your built up aggression for my panels to come up here and flip the tables over, nigga. Quit doing.
Actually, man, you know what? I've been in these spaces for a minute. I'm for the brothers, man. I'm in here for the brothers and for the wisdom, man. And these are conversations you can't really have, in the real world, man. Just, these things you get off the chest of like-minded brothers. But, yeah, man, like, and then I go back to my life, I like your show because it comes on at the perfect time, gets me through the morning. So, but yeah, I'm not going to be asking her all these questions and like, you either get it right. But I did want to mention something too. Because you were talking about marriage before, and you were talking about David M. Buss, right? And I didn't have a lot of time yesterday, and I think it's odd. So, do you remember reading about the long-term and short-term mating strategy, right?
Yeah.
And how essentially with men's sexuality, he was saying essentially that when a man is looking for more of a short-term mating relationship, he's focused more on a woman's body, right?
Right.
And then when there's looking for more of a long-term relationship, he's focused on her face, probably because like men rate women by like agreeableness and shit like that, things that you could probably see in a woman's face.
Right.
So that's probably why men prefers a long-term look at her face. But then I thought about, you know what? Now that kind of makes sense why when you have the mass majority of BWs and pictures, they're leading ass first because they're basically advertising to the world that they are available for short-term relationships. That is the unspoken behind the ass shot, with her looking behind her with her ass, that's her basically. I think it's the child support stance.
Right.
right? I mean, I'm being funny, but I think it is, right? Because if I'm thinking about animals, she's basically doing that to try to attract a mate to get resources, right?
Right.
As a short-term mating strategy.
Right.
So that's damn it. That's the child support state. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring that, what you thought about that. But just Joe, it was just you were talking about David M. Buss, and that kind of stuck with me for a second.
I think you make a good point. I think you make a good working hypothesis. Why do these women on Facebook, Instagram, what have you, taking these duck lip photos with their behind to the camera in the bathroom or wherever they are? What are they signifying with that? What message are they attempting to convey? That's a good point. It's a good point. Unfortunately, we don't have scholars. David Buss, when I interviewed him, he said that academics are pussies. Yeah, so
damn.
So they, nature abhors a vacuum, and that's the reason why the manosphere in general, and in more recent years, the black manosphere in particular, has kind of stepped in to the void to do what our in this case, intellectual leaders and scholars won't do. A big problem that I have with all of it is Black Americans need to let go of this idea of homespun wisdom. We need to join the rest of the 21st century world, which is predicated on the scientific method, the Enlightenment, Athens, and Jerusalem. We need to step into the rest of the world. The problems that plague us on the mating front have answers. These questions have already been answered scientifically. It's Black people, and this is true of both Black men and Black women, that refuse. And we're talking about educated people. They refuse to embrace that. And, this Derek Jackson piece really gives us an opportunity to let that go and be part of the rest of the world.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I mean there's a lot of things that can be learned from the Derek Jackson piece. I don't know if it gives us an opportunity to let certain things go and be with the rest of the world because we can see the truth of what Derek Jackson really is. I mean that might be an overreach or an oversell, but it's a good segue.
Why do you say it's overreach? Why do you say it's overreach?
Well, maybe you need to make the case, because I don't even understand the case how this Derek Jackson situation gives us an opportunity to let certain things go. I see how it could make women understand that he was selling them a bag of bullshit. Understand that. I mean, if that's what you're saying, I agree. But it sounds like you were saying more than that.
Can I jump in, Bernard?
Hang on. I am saying more than that. I'm saying that Black people, Black men, Black women need to let go of this idea of homespun wisdom, common sense. We have the scientific method.
Okay, so you're saying Derek Jackson, or so you're saying Derek Jackson just gives a lot of homespun wisdom, and they were just sitting Indian style trying to just learn at the feet of this homespun YouTube car therapist, and they need to let go of that. That's what you're saying.
What I am saying is that Derek Jackson is a window onto a larger problem that I've written about in my book, The Book of Obsidian, The Black Love Machine. That you don't need any credentials. You don't need to study yourself to show yourself approved. All you need is the right look, a social platform, and the chutzpah to get out there and do your thing. I'm saying that is unique to Black America. That is not something that you can see in other societies here in the United States. That's a unique phenomenon. I am saying it's part of a larger cultural malady. We are anti-intellectual. We are. We reject learning. We reject science. We reject evidence. We
kind of made science, but
we reject critical thinking. We reject it. What we do is that we give our support to people who are the very antithesis of these things. And we need to let that go. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
And I'm saying that the Jackson situation is a window onto a larger problem.
Fair enough.
That's
Fair
what
enough. Gotcha.
I mean, the Derrick Jackson
Gotcha. Hold on.
situation
Wait,
mirrors the
silent.
black community.
We about to go to JR because he got something interesting on the table. He's trying to lay out a case as to why the Black Manosphere should support Derrick Jackson. I just find that interesting as hell. So, Mr. Shane Vicious, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. There on the same page, Silent is more red pill, and he accepts that it's over. Oh man, it's more purple pill. We're not even going to respond to that, but it was up there. So yeah. All right. JR, you got the floor. You got the mic.
How's it going? Good morning to everyone. Well, he already
Morning.
talked about what my central argument is and why I'm about to make it. But the thing I would say is, here's a guy that's all right. He has the perfect looks, the perfect height, the perfect money, the perfect status. And the thing about a guy like him, it's not easy to attack him as an incel or a guy that's he's bitter about women. He can't get women. And the thing about it is, a gentleman like him, he could be used as a pawn to accomplish a larger goal, right? And I think for the first time in his life, he's seen in a major way that women are going to sit there and be disrespectful towards him in a real way, whether it's for self-interest or for whatever the case may be, right? So, you got a doctor that makes 6 figures and she's over here. She's not going to get any real benefit from this. And she wants to sit there and hide behind a wall and start taking pot shots, right? So I think if we sit there and defend them a little bit, I think that we could, quite honestly, it's just really what it is. Use him to really start pushing back on the disrespect that women have towards men. Because if a man did the same thing, if a woman had slept with a high status, powerful woman had slept with all these different dudes, and they were outing her and disrespecting her and going out of their way to really put her on blast, there's no way that would be acceptable in our society. But when they sit there and they can just throw bombs at a guy, whether we like them or not, and I know most people don't like them, and I don't necessarily dislike them or like them, when they're doing that to whoever the guy is, it just kind of shows the problem we have in this society, in my opinion.
See, I gotta disagree with that. That's the thing they're doing with black people in this Asian situation. No, you're not gonna do everything. Excuse me. Damn, that's good, Kush. You're not gonna do everything that you do, say everything that you said, and then when you get in trouble, play the "we all brothers" card. No, that's not gonna happen. I hate when people do that. You hold your L, man. This is fucking karma. You're gonna have to own that, man. We're not gonna be able to play this. Let's just be brothers. After everything that dude has said, two brothers under the bus. You, not us. We gotta learn how to throw a brother under the bus strategically. See, in chess, even a good chess master understands when to sacrifice his queen.
I was just about to say that. Yeah. I won a good game of chess. I gave up the queen in this moment where it was crazy to do it. But so I understand exactly where you're coming from with that.
Well, let me respond to that, because I have a good response to that.
It's still so much that you gotta that need to be unpacked there. Just let me make sure I understand it right. You're actually saying that we should look at the disrespect that women are showing towards Derrick Jackson and we should defend him and speak and go at them for the disrespect that they're showing him,
or use his name to start really attacking this different stuff. See, the thing about it is,
wait, you skated by that real fast. Do what now?
There's different ways to go about it, but yes, the answer is yes. Here's the thing: going around and dancing in the end zone about Chad and Tyrone and how he's had access to women, more access easily. Stop. Sorry.
This is not an incel channel. I'm not celebrating and dancing in the end zone because a Chad or Tyrone bit the dust.
Well, can I make my argument?
What, hang on a second. Let's pursue this, because I think JR is getting at something. So what does incels have to do with this? I'm trying to understand when incels come into this conversation. What does that have to do with anything?
It does, because there's a gentleman that no one can attack as being one of those guys. So, the thing is, Here's a good analogy.
What?
It would have been. It would have been easy.
Hang on, Jr. Hold on. You got to walk me through this. Slow walk me through this. We're talking about Derek Jackson's clear, malignant, narcissistic, sociopathic ways that's led to not only jacking up his own life, that is to say, his family life with his wife, but has created a shockwave throughout Black America. That's what we're assessing here. You're bringing up incels. Please explain to me what incels have to do with this. Please explain.
It does have something to do with it, because the thing about it is that's been a major problem we've had in the manosphere, that it's been easy to dismiss all the different arguments. It's been easy to dismiss all these statistics. It's been easy to dismiss all these men, all these different things we're talking about, because they're saying that the people that are making the arguments, whoever they are on this side, that those guys are just bitter. So when you have a male like Kevin that's
hang on. I gotta stop you. See, this is the problem that I'm having.
So because they're delusional, we're supposed to nigga dance around their bullshit.
Hang on. Everybody this is a very contentious topic. Everybody be calm. This is the problem I'm having with Black American discourse. Our lack of precision. Incel is different from bitter. You can be bitter without being an incel. We got to stop interchanging words and just, making words fit wherever we want. We got to stop that. If you want to say, JR, that those in the Black manosphere who were critical of Derek Jackson were met by interlocutors who said, you're just jealous of Derek. You're just envious of Derek. You're just bitter because you didn't do well with women. Okay. There's a remedy for that, JR. It's thousands of years old. It's called ad hominem, against the man. Not against the argument. It's against the man. Because you don't have the right look, or you may not be doing well with women. Therefore, ergo, your argument against Derek Jackson is invalid. That is a logical fallacy. Deal with the argument.
Hey, Bernard, can I get the floor and not be getting cut off so I can make my total argument?
Well, no,
I mean, I don't need that long.
If you say something just completely off base, where you're about to, if your foundation is shaky and you're about to try to build a tall tower on a shaky foundation, even after you build that tall tower, we're going to still have to go back to that foundation.
Right, we're going to have to go 4 minutes back into the conversation.
Yeah, so we might as well deal with the shaky foundation and then let you at least try to build up with some.
If 2 + 2 is 7, then therefore.
But all right, I'll let you try to lay out your argument. But real quick, shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it again. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. I didn't comment on him, but yeah, you got to be careful, O'Shea, when you do that. O'Shea Duke Jackson, and them elbows was looking.
Shout out to my man O'Shea for the 25 rupees.
Them elbows was looking a little dehydrated on that one video, man. You make sure you lotion up them elbows when you be O'Shea Duke. Anyway, all right. shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Duke Jackson.
All right. Somebody else dropped a super chat. James Hudson in the building said, okay, says he doesn't like Derek Jackson. I met sisters who listened to him and didn't date them because they were brainwashed. He can go to hello. All right, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. All right, JR, we're giving you one more shot. One more shot. You got it. Don't okay, hold on. We attack him for his lack of integrity and character. Good. Right on, Mr. Shane Vicious. That is absolutely correct. And just the nonsense that he's saying. Oh my God. I mean, the stuff that he said was just wrong. It just did not correspond with reality. Excuse me. So regardless of how much sexual access I have, I still could analyze what he was saying and say, hey, that don't line up with reality. He's saying some BS right there, and he's saying some BS, and we know it's BS because of A, B, C, and D. I could make counter arguments against him without personally attacking. So it's not even about. So, but anyway, I'm not even about to dig in that. Somebody got some weird clicking. I don't know if that's JR, but somebody got some weird clicking. But JR, go ahead. You got the mic. I'll let you try to build it on up. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I would say. There's only one person in the entire history of the manosphere that's ever moved the needle in a real way. And you know who that guy's name is? His name is Kevin Samuels. So when the Average at Best video came out, he could have easily came back 2 days later and really sitting there and dancing in the end zone and saying the same thing to women, that they're average at best, that they're obese, that they're this dress size and this dress size. And that's not what he's done. He's sitting there moving the needle by strategically dancing around and hitting different points of the field to get us to move forward. And the thing about it is that should be the whole goal in terms of moving the conversation forward. So if we focus on his cheating, if we focus on the fact that he's been a hypocrite, if we focus on the fact that he's used black males in order to make money off it, knowing full well that what he's saying has always been a bunch of garbage, I think it's an opportunity that's missed. So, you know, there's been different points, and here's the thing. I'm not predicting anything, but I think Kevin, hearing about 8-10 hours, he's not going to sit there and focus on the stuff that the other part of the manosphere is doing. He just isn't. And that's my argument, my main argument. Whether we sit there and defend him, whether we sit there and use his name and videos to move the conversation in a different direction. However the manosphere does it, I think that's the opportunity that should be there. I mean, it's easy to sit there and say, well, women are obese. Well, women are dress size 15. Well, women are wanting guys that are way out of their league. Has Kevin done that? He hasn't done that. He's continued to grow his channel. He's continued to do well.
He
So,
has.
so just do what
Does
Kevin
it every
does.
night. He does it
He
every
has
night.
what you just said. He does it every night, but you are right. He's going to take a unique perspective, and I think everybody on their individual channel was taking their own unique perspective on it.
I have a unique perspective.
Little Big Nate last night, I listened to some of his stream. Dropped $20 on the Cash App. Go support Little Big Nate. He growing that channel. He's gonna hit 1,000 subs sooner or later. So yeah, Little Big Nate hit the ground running, growing his channel. Make sure y'all go check him out. He had a very interesting take on it, something that popped in my head, but I didn't fully think it through. How he talked about the part that I watched, because I didn't watch the whole thing. The part that I watched, he focused on that surgeon who has life and death in her hand every time she puts somebody, to sleep and put them under the knife, cutting on them, operating on them. He's like, do you really want a woman like that? I mean, make sure I back up and explain the way that she was so callous and talking about aborting that kid and like, this ain't got nothing to do with you, Derek. I can do what I want to do. If I want to get rid of it, I can get rid of it. Like, do you want somebody who has that little concern for the sanctity of life operating on you? He focused on that aspect of it with the surgeon and dropped some bombs that I didn't even think about. Like, damn,
right?
Like, so everybody is dropping their own. Hold on, real quick, Obsidian. Everybody is dropping their own individual bombs in a different way and analyzing in their own perspective and moving the conversation and saying and talking about what we can learn from this and this or that. Everybody's doing it in their own unique way. So to just try to say, just dancing in the end zone and saying, this guy, that. No, that's not what's going on. I mean, some people are better at it. Some people are bad at it. Kevin Samuels is great at it. So I know he's going to shed. He's going to blow my mind like Little Big Nate did last night. So I don't get your point in saying, don't do this, do that. It sort of goes back to what Obsidian said, that, hey, if you think something needs to be done, then, hey, you got to grow your platform and you got to do it. If you got an interesting, unique take and perspective, so yeah, everybody has their own unique.
I mean, this isn't the first time in the manosphere that we're having a conversation and then brothers get on and say, we think you guys should say something else. I mean, all right.
Yeah, what I would like to ask JR is, exactly what opportunity do you think is being missed by the black manosphere with this Derek Jackson scandal? I'm trying to understand what the argument should be.
He's on mute. You're on mute. All right, we about to swing it to Pablo. Thanks, JR, for coming up. You know, you be facing the firing squad every time you come up. No disrespect. I do like people that come up with unique and different takes. So no disrespect. We got Kansas Creative Sports Alliance says DJ is the dude on the court that was not picked because his shoes. He would have been the end game to the other side. Now the chicks and the preacher have him.
Yeah, he's a former fat kid. I mean, it makes sense.
I haven't done formal content on the church thing yet. That's a whole nother ball of wax.
DJ is the formal fat kid who is, now that he's got his stuff together, he's getting him some get back. It's classic.
The Prophet of Thought series in the building, says Brother Bernard. Check your email. That look says it all. Right on. I will definitely do that. Definitely do that right now as I pass it to Pablo. Shout out to Pablo. Fresh Cobar up in this mother.
What's up, man? This past week has been shock and awe is what I call it, because Derek Jackson was not brought down by black men in the manosphere. He was brought down by the very women that he pandered to. He was brought down by the very women whose delusions he fed from his own hand.
Mm-hmm.
That is the shock and awe of it all. It reminded me of when Norman Schwarzkopf and the U.S. military hit Baghdad in the 90s. The power,
good party.
The sheer power that black women came for him was mind altering.
In that irony, like a mofo, Pablo.
It is. And to what Obsidian was saying yesterday, and Mr. Fantastic and yourself, used a great analogy, but then I had to take it with the birds. Yes, birds use colorful plumes, right, to attract a mate, and they also use pebbles, stones, twigs, materials, concrete things that they can provide to attract a mate, right? And different.
Is that why the dagger wears red and blue hair?
Yeah, exactly. And tattoos and nose rings and all of that. It's visual signaling.
Mm-hmm.
But what has happened in Black America is the visual signaling is on overload, and there's no material provision being put forth.
Mm-hmm.
There's no the concrete things that other groups tend to lean on more heavily and add the visual and secondary. We put so far on the front burner that we can't reach back to the tangibles. And that is what Obsidian was banging on yesterday. It's not that, and it seems like in Black America we just miss subtleties altogether. It's either all one way, it's either all game, or you got to be a NBA baller, and it can't be all one way. We gotta get balance back into the situation, and we just keep missing it because we have groups of people who want to hold on, like Obsidian says, to the old ways. The old ways are dead. Like, you're being 6'5" and full of muscles. What fucking good is that in a technology age? It ain't good for shit unless you're playing in the NFL.
Oh no, that part I agree with. That I definitely agree with that, and that's where Obsidian's been making arguments for a while, where he was definitely on the right track when he was saying women are into all the, particularly black women, they into all the extras, all the the DVD extras, not the actual movie, not what actually matters. They just want all the extra surface level pizzazz. That's what
she got. She got the BLT without the bacon, all the bullshit.
Yeah. No, I agree with that part where he was saying. There was some things that he was saying where he was basically saying those guys really aren't getting on with the ladies like we think. I mean, that part was debatable, but the part about men needing to step up and be productive, and how women with their head on straight will choose them, will put a higher premium on a man's competence than she will on all that extra surface level shit. Yeah, That
Please.
part
I
agree
gotta
with.
break in. I gotta break in. I'm sorry, oh man, I gotta break in simply because I wanted to bring this up yesterday, and this was a perfect segue. Give me like 2 seconds or more than that. But okay, so remember when you guys were talking about the things that people find important, like we're talking about now, right? What don't gets talked about is the degree to which different women consider each of those character traits valuable. That's what. So yes, women in general want protection, provision, and all these other things. But different women, like you know how you meet some women say, I like a guy who's really funny, right? A guy being really humorous and easygoing may weigh really heavy on one particular woman over the guy that's being tall and muscular. Because again, when we're picking people out of a catalog, it's easy to just narrow these people down into these character traits. But a lot of people have character flaws. Just because a dude go to the gym and is buff, don't mean he ain't got a bunch of fucking character flaws. Don't mean this nigga don't stink. Don't mean this nigga ain't dumb. She gets tired of that, right? Like all these things are temporary. So like Fresh Gobar was saying, and like I was saying yesterday, it's about being well-rounded. Most women who are good, attractive, decent women will fall for a guy who's just well-rounded. He's not in any extreme nor next. He has a good job. He's decently, attractive. He's not Adonis. He's in decent shape. He don't look like fucking Brad Pitt and Troy. He's a good they're just well-rounded. And in our community, that's where those extremes, where it's either he's super nigga or he ain't shit. He either makes $1 million a year or he's broke. He's either 6 feet tall or he's a fucking midget. So
Exactly. No, you hitting it. You hitting it. You hitting it out the park. That's where I was going with it.
So other women will rate, okay, I like his personality. He doesn't make the most money, but maybe the money is a 5. And then so they're weighing this shit out, to kind of get the good person as a whole. Whereas our women are just looking at this one, like if he ain't gorgeous, I don't give a fuck. If he's good person, I don't give a fuck about none of that. We talked about that before, Obsidian. Those one or two things will outweigh everything else. Go ahead.
All right. Well, real quick, Cool Kamazi, and you sent the Cash App the other day. I didn't thank you for that on the air, but thank you for the Cash App. Cool Kumazi, I think I said that right. Oh man, have you reached out to DJ for a debate? Or come on, oh man, been trying to get a debate with DJ for the longest, or even
not even so much as a debate, just to sit down and talk. I mean, remember, I actually literally tried to have a sit down with him 2 years ago. We saw how that turned out.
Yeah, since this for a debate, only opportunity is to interview him exclusively. I stuttered on that word. There's I think the part that people was disagreeing with Obsidian on is he wasn't saying this. It didn't seem like he was saying all this jawline nigga stuff is nonsense in the sense that it does not work or produce or yield real results. He was saying it's nonsense that women don't prefer that, don't want this jawline sexy nigga. That's nonsense. Why we still hanging on to this idea and that concept? That was the part where that was raising some eyebrows. But if he's saying it does not practically work in the real world and produce tangible results, I think the whole manosphere should agree with that, except for those parts that's what it's all about. But yeah, that was where the disagreement was at.
But I am saying that.
Yeah, I know, and that's where we disagreed. But Pablo pointed out the part that you were saying that we can all get on board with that doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't produce or yield results. But you were trying to saying that attractive women don't like a tall, sexy, ripped up jawline nigga.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
Keith makes a really good point here. And it is, something that Kevin talks about. Why is average so bad? Why is that so bad for us? I mean, think about Black America. We are enthralled to fame. Everything is about celebrity gossip. People at the extremes of human endeavor. What's so wrong about being average? Why is that so bad? On both sides, we got black women who do their extreme thing, but we got it here on the black male side too. Look, man, the vast majority of black men will never be 6'5". So why are we holding on to this? What is it about us that just doesn't want to expect accept that most of us are going to be average. Why is that so bad?
I don't
Television.
think anybody is okay. Where have men argued that most of us will be 6'5"? I don't think nobody has
What I'm saying,
argued that.
let me explain it. The inordinate amount of attention. If you buy the argument that really handsome, really buff, really successful guys get all the women, well, that obviously raises a question. Well, what about the vast majority of brothers who ain't? Then what?
Okay, the argument made more precisely is that I mean, as they say it, I mean, listen, I'm the person who says there's multiple ways to skin the cat. You can get in, you can figure it out wherever you are, wherever you at, you could figure it out. Everybody got to play the game in a different way, and so I'm all for that. So what I would say is that yes, being tall and attractive does increase your opportunities or options, but that doesn't mean that those that are not tall and conspicuously handsome has zero
We
options.
spend a lot of time on that. If you just take a step back, if you just take a step back, right? If we just take a step back in the black manosphere and we just, just survey the conversation, a lot of time is spent on this particular topic or range of topics. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. What I'm saying is that we spend so much time on extremes. In this particular instance, the extremes of male attractiveness to black women in our time today. And we spend almost no time. As a matter of fact, we almost denigrate guys who don't fit that mold. Hence tricking, hence leading with your wallet, all this other stuff. Why?
Yeah, that part is wrong. But if I were spending a lot of time talking about the attractive, hold on real quick. If I was spending a lot of time talking about the attractive guys or the tall guys or whatever guys and what they get, Obsidian, you've led those conversations.
That's your bag.
You go real quick. Hold on. Let me. We understand you have, but let me explain it. You've created the Frankenstein monster, and now you're saying, why is everybody so concerned about this monster running around?
But if you're gonna hang this on me, then you have to include the other part. I'm the non-select guy. I'm saying I'm not him.
Yeah, but you made
there's life, and I'm saying
I am convinced Obsidian is an alchemist.
Wait a minute, and I'm saying there's life outside of that.
Yeah, but Obsidian,
we agree.
You created your own prison, man. It's like I know you were personally attacked on an individual basis directly with the non-select thing. I feel you, but the thing is,
nobody personally attacked me.
Huh?
Nobody personally attacked me.
So why'd you take on the moniker of the non-select guy?
I need to talk about regular guys.
Yeah, but again, Obsidian, we talk about regular guys on the daily basis because regular.
Let me think about this. So regular guys are just knocking down broads left and right just on the basis of mouthpiece. Is that it?
Can I answer without you interrupting me?
Yes.
All right, they have to be in Obsidian because mathematically, there's not enough of the guys you're talking about to go around. They don't even make 10% of the men. Whether you're talking about high earners, whether you're talking about height, size, muscles, and all these things. Or being the Adonis guys, the most beautiful dudes in the world that females would deem that. It's not enough for them to go around. And what do we know, Obsidian? Despite as you said it, you said what? You've never ever had a problem getting the women you want, correct?
But I'm not the one that has a problem.
No. Can you answer the question?
I am answering your question. I never had a problem.
Never had a problem getting the women you want.
I never had a problem paying for a date either.
Okay, well that's what I'm. So again, this is what I'm telling you. You know what some dudes can't do, Obsidian? Some dudes can't even pay for a date. They try to pay for it and she denies them.
Okay, so who are we talking about here? Are we talking about guys like me or are we talking about guys like them?
We're talking about men in general. You're trying to make this war.
Hey, Bernard, I'm going to hop off and hop right back on in. I got a phone call and it screwed my sound.
All right.
Now that's just it. I'm talking about guys like me. Industrious, ambitious, creative, funny, intelligent.
What percentage of guys are like you, Obsidian?
I would say that there are more guys like me than we're willing to admit.
No. That's again. I think you arguing with yourself. You just repeated what I said. the majority of guys are like you, from everything from physiologically to industriousness to earning.
Majority of guys, where are we talking about? The majority of guys who follow me, or
We're talking about black guys in general, whether they know anything about YouTube or whether they in have no idea and never ever heard of the Black Manosphere. All black men, period. The whole 100% of black men are more so like Obsidian than Derek Jackson.
Okay, so if that's the case, why are we wasting so much time on? I don't talk about mouthpiece and stuff like that. I don't have anything to say about it.
Well, the mouthpiece part just comes with dudes. That's a bag, Obsidian. If you listen, if you tell dudes do this and you get vagina behind it, some dudes are gonna buy it. Why? Because dudes' number one priority in life, for the most part, which it should not be, is vagina. So if you tell guys, hey, do this, dress like this, say this, don't say that, go here, drive this, they're gonna do it to get the pussy. So this is what I'm saying. You created this unrealistic thing, is where like it's not enough BABGs to go around, Obsidian.
Wait a minute. What is unrealistic that I've created?
Bernard just told you.
What have I created? Okay, Bernard, what have I created that's unrealistic?
I don't think you created something that's unrealistic, but you did more or less write the book. I don't mean literally like wrote the book. I'm just saying, with your channel, even before you were using the term the non-select guy versus a select fuck boy, rather we talking to educated lame versus a Pookie and Ray Ray. You were talking about guys who weren't as chosen when it came to women, and you were talking about how all the problems and everything that has been caused by that has been caused out there in the community was with these guys that the women were more attracted to, and how their messed up mating choices have crippled everything. I don't know what fantastic mean by when he says you created this unrealistic thing, but you have put it a lot of focus on who women find sexually attractive. And then yesterday you were saying that that those guys don't matter, that attractive women really don't want that.
Okay. So what I am saying, since it's clear that not many people know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
My argument is that black women have created their own problems.
Okay.
That we now see, for the whole world to see, exemplified in Derek Jackson. So you have this small substrate of black men in black American life who fit that profile, right? And they're the black men, black women are talking about. Meanwhile, the more rank and file brothers are being passed over. This is borne out by Kevin Samuel's argument. Why don't you just get with a regular guy?
Mm-hmm.
And my question would be this.
Hold on. Let him lay it out.
Yeah. So my argument has never been about mouthpiece, presentation of self. My argument has always been about competence, accomplishment, achievement, ambition. That's always been my argument. My argument has always been about paying 100% of the bill. That's got me in a lot of hot water among black men in the Black Manosphere. A lot of it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not the one that's making the argument about mouthpiece and being sexy and all that. I'm the one making the argument that I am in line with traditional American masculinity.
And key word is traditional. We're no longer in a traditional time, Obsidian. Again.
So by that definition, either I am in the mainstream of black American men rank and file, or I'm not in the mainstream with American black men rank and file.
No, it's not just that cut and dry. That's a nice try, but no, because again, your ideology is something totally different from because you at the same time you're saying this, but being a hedonist is not traditional either, Obsidian. So I'm not gonna let you do that, man. No. Because if you were truly traditional, you'd be married. You want the picket fence and a dog and 1.2 something children. Okay, so let's not do this. Me and you do this for real. Okay.
All right. So either I am in the mainstream. So you're making my argument for me. I'm not in the mainstream then.
Okay, and I'm not saying that. Yes, you are. Hold on. In parts you are, in parts you aren't.
Hold on. Either I am. Oh, so which one is it? Am I more in line? So I'm not on either extremes. Fine. So do I lean more to the traditional side or less to the traditional side? Which is it?
Okay, so let me answer your question. From an aspect of how you think a woman should be treated, yes, you lead to the extremely traditional side, which is no longer the thing. You always tell us the story and give the backgrounds for it. Your dad and mom, you grew up in a 2-parent household. You're a Gen Xer. You've seen what happens when a man pays everything 100%. You were born when families were still a thing. Everybody after you, though, has not seen that. Gen X was the last generation of the two-family household, Obsidian. So you're trying to hold a standard to people, you and Kevin Samuels. You both guys are what's that? Even though I know Kevin is from a single-parent household, he said, but still, he grew up in that generation as to where that was the norm. You cannot, therefore, hold everybody that comes after you guys that didn't grow up and see that, didn't experience and sees no value in it to follow you down the road of having those values. Plus, and then you sound a little funny when you say, okay, I'm going to pay for everything, but I'm not going to marry the bitch. So this is why you get in the hot water and dudes call you a trick. Because again, and I'm not agreeing with that. I'm saying what people are saying. I'm going while you say, I'm not throwing you no shots. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm fleshing it out.
Right. So again,
I'm almost done. Let me get it. So like I said, nothing is ever absolute, Obsidian. Okay, it's just because a dude looks good doesn't mean that he's dumb. Just because a dude looks bad doesn't mean that he's smart. What I'm telling you is this: from a mathematical standpoint, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is undeniable. Those guys that you're railing against, it's not enough for them to go around. Even Derek Jackson. What Derek Jackson has now? What 4 women on his jacket, including and his wife. So out of all the people that Derek Jackson had, Derek Jackson has 5 chicks to his name that claim. Let's bump that up to hell. Let's bump it up to 50. Okay. How many other women are left in the world, Obsidian, that are dealing with men? They have families. They're married to them. They're in long-term relationships. They really give a damn about them, all this stuff, that don't even have the looks or the wealth of Derek Jackson. That's the argument I'm making. And I'm going to close in this. My deal is this. You guys worry about women that don't want you. I don't want a bitch that I got to tell her, give her my whole sheet and the stuff where she benefits. If she don't want me for me, this is why I disagree with you. You're saying a woman shouldn't want me for me. You're saying a woman should want me for what I can do for her. No. That's a part of it. But if she doesn't have a genuine interest in me, that means if I lose everything I have, she leaves me too. But that woman that gives a fuck about me, if I don't have anything or very little to nothing, and she's willing to build with me, at least she's there to motherfucking give a fuck about me. That's the argument.
Okay,
right, real quick. Hold on, let's push pause. The RX-O says, does anyone remember Atara Dallas? I think that was relevant 20 minutes ago when you typed it in. I don't even know where we at right now. I mean, how that even ties in right now. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I'll try to read them faster if they're a timely super chat that's relevant to the conversation. So my bad on that. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building with a super chat. He says, those guys didn't cause the problem. Black women are not victims. They are unindicative co-conspirators. Pookie and Ray Ray are their patsies. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Where we at? I think that's it. On the super chats. Let's go.
Can I respond to Fantastic real quick?
Real quick, because Obsidian wanted to respond directly because he was talking to him. So go ahead. Well, go ahead. No, go ahead, Pablo. Go, you got it.
So Fantastic. Well, a lot of what you're saying is some truth in that. But I look at it like this, okay? Fantastic. You're 6'4.5", 6'5". You're a big guy. You're in the gym just like Derek Jackson working out. You're a muscular guy. But you're also a career military man. And so I see it, and a lot of other groups of women would look at you, and the 6'5" muscular guy would be there. But the more impressive part would be the fact that you're a career military man, not that you're 6'5" and full of muscle. And so Black America and Black American women have weighted so heavily on the first part of who you are that the second part of who you really are and is more important for the long term is just disappeared into nothingness. And that is the problem.
Well, let me just give you a quick retort real quick. Again, that's something that she gets to learn in the case. Again, attraction is something where it's like you guys are trying to override attraction. Physical attraction is extremely important. a relationship that has no physical attraction is pretty much guaranteed to fail. Okay, if a woman is not physically attracted to you, or a man's not physically attracted to that woman, that's going to create infidelity and a whole bunch of other things. Again, like Obsidian always says, look it up. Don't take my word for it. I don't have the sources, but there's plenty of them out there. So you guys are trying to override something that's not only to black women. Do black women abuse it as with everything and a lot of things else? Yes. Black women put emphasis on looks and their sexual attractiveness more than any other demographic. I would never deny that. Okay. But at the same time, like I said, as bad as black women are black women as bad as Asian women are? No, they aren't. Asian women refuse to even deal with their own men at the highest rate ever out of everything. But are there Asian dudes out here making the complaints that we're talking about?
Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are. I know for a fact that
they are. They're on YouTube doing it.
Again, they're still, even though they're complaining, they still get chose, and they have to do those extras, which everybody else doesn't have to do, even to the highest degree, because they're the most undesirable men.
That's not true.
They
has a major problem. Japan is imploding. South Korea ain't far behind.
Hold on. Well, China was because of why? Same thing with India. They killed all the girl babies. They messed themselves up.
Okay, how do you explain Japan, South Korea, Singapore?
Again, Asian. I just said it. Asian men are the most undesirable men. Period, across the board. But they're still getting women.
So what happened? So no, that's not true. That's just not true. Even if you take into account what happened in China and you use India to back it up, the abortion argument, even if you take that into account, that same thing isn't seen because it didn't happen in Singapore, Japan, nor South Korea, and so forth. So no, it's not true.
So are those places reproduction rates lower than ours? They have reproduction rate issues? Yes. You said yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, guys. Real quick, because I got to step away for a second. Let me just say this.
And I'm saying, I respond to Mr. Fantastic.
Yes, I'm gonna pass it back to you after I say this. But my general summary of what's going on here is, even if we go all the way back to Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lame, Chaz versus Dads, all the stuff that Obsidian has been laying out. I think somebody got some background. If we go back to everything that Obsidian has been laying out, what it amounts to is men should be competent and productive, and women, no, they shouldn't get some dude that look like Quasimodo, but he's productive and has a job making $85K. But they should put a higher premium on his competence and productivity than they do his bedroom eyes if they want better long-term results. I think that's Obsidian's argument in a nutshell, and everybody should agree with that. And then what happened is some dudes snuck in through the back with their collar popped and said, yeah, but can you get the pussy wet though? And all kind of stuff like that. And then game. And now there's a whole gamosphere going on where they just talking about macking and chopping holes and mopping flows. And that's cool. That's cool. And but I don't think that exactly counters what Obsidian is talking about at its core. Now, yesterday it did seem like Obsidian was making arguments to say that those guys, even if the guy is tall and good looking and handsome, he ain't getting tall. I mean, he ain't getting beautiful women. Some pushback is probably necessary on that, but the general core of the arguments that Obsidian has been making from day one, I think those arguments are solid and they do make sense. And but it's kind of gotten kind of all over the place right now, and I think entire spheres are now created for people trying to offer another way or a counter to a lot of the core messaging that Obsidian more or less wrote the book on. So when Obsidian is saying why is so much focus on mouthpiece, or why is so much focus on, you know, you got to have the looks in the body game, I think there are other people, not necessarily this space, not necessarily Fantastic's channel, not Game Changers channel, not Zero's channel, not a lot of channels that are that are coming up in this space, channels that I like to listen to over the last, you know, year or so, or whatever. Not Ramil's channel. They're not talking about that. There's other segments that are talking about that. And there's a certain individual who, even though he kind of do other things right now, he kind of built his whole channel off countering Obsidian's idea, not even countering Obsidian's arguments. He built his channel off countering Obsidian himself. It's like, so those guys exist. And when you say, well, why are we spending so much time on that? I think what you need to be saying, why are they spending so much time on that? And maybe there's an answer out there for that. Maybe they can answer that. But
Yeah.
overall, okay. But that was my summary of what's going on. And I just
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Please hold your thought. Please hold your thought, because I just got a heavy-handed super chat came in real quick. But Ace of Spades in the building. He says, quote ARC, formula for genuine love for one another is lust plus friendship equals love. If you don't have those two components, you're bound to have problems. I think there's nuance in that, but that's a good general principle that some people can definitely go by. Number 16, in Japan, men and women get schooled and worked to death. Work has more importance than family for many people in there. And shout out to Christopher Ibrahim Muhammad, who just bought yourself a wrench. Let me find that so I can wrench you up real quick. Hold up. Damn it, where did it go? Shit. That went away fast. I can't even find it. Say something else in the chat so I can throw a wrench on that. What the hell? Okay, anyway, but he says, low key, the old man is the unseen wind that pushes Kevin's sails. Understand conventional and unconventional warfare examples, Malcolm X and MLK. You can't use Mark 19 grenade launcher without the 50 cal machine gun providing suppressive fire. Interesting stuff right there. Very interesting stuff right there. Like, I see what you did there. I like what you said there. Checkmate says each man is non-select to someone. I gotta back off for a second. Obsidian, go ahead and say what you got to say. Y'all try to work the mic to Lion Menelik when you can. But go ahead, Obsidian. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah. So what Bernard just said, the fact that we have at least one, and I would argue, I wouldn't be surprised if there were several black male content creators in the black manosphere whose entire raison d'etre is to act as a counterweight to me, undermines the argument that I somehow had a hand in creating the type of extremes that I'm talking about right now. I've never advocated for, strong mouthpiece and you just talk the woman in the bed. I've never said that.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't walk away yet. That was their counter to you saying what made sense. What made sense for an overall group of people, a community, and overall better outcomes is for women to put a higher premium on competence, productivity, character, and all of that. And their response was, nah, you just short, you just mad because you can't get the women that you want. You ain't got the mouthpiece, you can't get the pussy. So you made a good argument, and they did an extreme countermeasure. Put it like that.
What I'm saying is, so again, it goes back to the point. I didn't create that. So the idea that I'm somehow setting the stage for this, you would have to explain, because I never created that. It was other people who came in and tried to create a counter argument to what I was talking about.
Okay, now, you started the select non-select war, Pookie and Ray educated lame war, Chad versus Dad war.
Why would I start that war? And why would I start that war? Let me tell you why.
Because they was disrespecting.
I am saying that black women's problems are from the guys they're selecting.
Yes. All right, I'm stepping away from real now.
They need to deal with that instead of trying to spread the blame around to all black men. This is what black women like to do. They like to get with a small group of guys, have sex with them, often reproduce with them, get fucked over by them. Then they want to take and spread the blame around. My argument is, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You need to go and take that back to the black men who screwed your life up.
And I don't think anyone does that. When you're having a conversation with the women, Obsidian, it makes sense. But again, like I said, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier. I don't know if I didn't get it out properly. That's saying I saw the direct attached to you. That's what I said. People calling you lames and tricks and all that stuff or whatnot. I know you remember it was a certain former women's coach or whatever in the hell to where you was put up where, it was a scenario where they chose between you and another individual from the space. So that was the example that I was giving. And pretty much, from that point on, knowing your personality, that's disrespect. So you did the right thing. I feel it. I understand. but it's like you're still going along with it when, like I said, you look at the whole thing and flesh it out. There's another part to it. Any woman that does not want you for you, especially like say when you provide all of these valuable things outside of just a jawline and height and whatever else in the fuck. I'm not disputing any of those things. My thing is what doesn't get said enough is you shouldn't want the bitch that don't want you. If she don't want, I shouldn't have to take a chick to Fogo de Chao and spend all this money and pay 100% of her bills to deal with me, because then she's not my woman. She's my sponsee. I'm sponsoring her. Of course, she has the reason to be there because I'm providing and giving her everything she possibly needs, and she doesn't have to do anything but sit and be pretty. This is where the philosophy changed between Gen X and millennials and everybody down. We got this understanding because, like you said, these women aren't doing this. Women don't want to be married. They don't want to be. They again, a thought gonna thought. They're for the streets.
Okay.
So you guys are still trying to hold this traditional thing as to where there were very limited numbers of thoughts in the Gen X and your moms and grandmoms age and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
so my largest demographic on YouTube are Gen Xers. They're not millennials. So if the argument is there are more guys like me, are we talking more guys that are Gen Xers? I would say, according to my analytics, yes. So millennials have nothing to worry about. I'm not aiming my message at them. They have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Well, that may be your demographic, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the manosphere overall, the biggest part is going to be millennials and under.
Okay, but again, if the argument is that I am somehow making a broad-based argument, I would be the first one to say that's not true. I'm not making a broad-based argument. I'm making a very hyper-focused, laser-focused niche argument. That's what I'm doing, and I know that from day one.
But if you put the niche on it, of course, again, because I said and I said it, man. Like when you bought the non-select moniker, I was like, man, this nigga crazy. I would never in my life call myself fucking non-select. Period. Because
But here we are on March 26th, nearly 2 years later, and we see what we see. Now, I'm glad you brought up Nicole Michelle. I'm glad you brought her up, because now we can look back on that whole fiasco with fresh eyes, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, I had fresh eyes when I saw it. I mean, there's nothing new for me to learn from when it happened originally.
All right. So the question becomes, when will Nicole Michelle come out with a revised statement? I'm waiting for her to do that.
Oh, she won't, because she hasn't changed. I think this is where you're missing. No matter how fucked up Derek Jackson may be, what he did and all these other things, black women don't care. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They still want Derek Jackson. They still want him. This is why I keep.
And my question, but see, here's the problem. See, the issue isn't what they do or don't want. The issue is we all know who's who now. There's no ambiguity about it, no guesswork, and there are consequences. See, that's the difference now.
Yeah, and you should thank every woman that shows you that's who they want. When a woman shows you that she wants to deal with a dude that's fucking her over, that's, however it may be, whether it's infidelity, whether it's abuse, whether it's neglect, whatever the hell it may be. And I'm talking actual. I'm not talking alleged. All right, proven. That's why I said a lot of this stuff I just put alleged. And when I didn't put nothing on this man that he didn't claim himself until he came out and admitted to it. Everything was alleged.
Yeah,
but like that, everything he copped to and he did. Okay, women, I promise you, there's a woman today, mouth and legs, radio sitting. That's just the way it is.
But the difference in the past was that sort of thing it was like business as usual. What I'm saying is today, it's not business as usual. Those ladies now know they're on their own in every sense of the word. So when we talk about black women ain't being protected, you on your own, sis. You made your choice. So there's no point in you. No black woman from this point forward, March 26, 2021, going forward, should ever say anything about black women not being protected if they don't openly denounce Derek Jackson from this point forward. They got nothing to say. Nothing.
But oh man, but you're still missing it. They'll deny him. You say I'll use you, right? I'll use you. You're one of the things you always say. You said it's chicks that you knocked down and had bent over your couch and said, I would never deal with you out in public or let nobody know what I'm dealing with you.
That's
But you know
true.
what you do, you knocking them down. So
But
it's the same thing. So these women will come out and
oh, no,
publicly.
it's a big difference because it's all out in the open. See,
Yeah, but
that's the trick. They can't ratchet this back.
well, I'm not talking about ratcheting it back. I'm saying that they'll say it publicly that they can't stand him. They don't want anything to do with him. They would never support him again and all these other things. But if and when they were in his presence and they had a chance to be motherfucking knocked down and bent over a couch, they're going to be ready, mouth and legs. That's what I'm telling you. So what they say is irrelevant.
And in a social media age where black women themselves can't keep their mouths shut, it's over. The minute it gets out in the public, it's done. That's the part that needs. See, I get everything you're saying. I'm not denying any of it. The difference is guys like me are standing up and letting you know if you do this, you're done. Done. You have nothing to discuss with me. Don't take that bullshit about being protected and all that. Take that shit back to the niggas you were fucking with. Take it back to them. That's what I'm saying. You can go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Just understand you can't use my phone.
We got to do Menelik, King Menelik. It's on you, brother. Go ahead.
I agree with Mr. Fantastic was saying, about the whole traditionalism in 2020 and 21. And I was agreeing with Obsidian was saying, a lot of Western black women, they have a horrible choice when it comes to picking dudes, and I think that you both right. And I think that because even my lady, she grew up in Africa. She's traditional, but she grew up there. But even she grew up there, and it's a night and day differences for us because there's shame in the culture. So if the woman does something, the whole family and community will look down on you. Here, in America, it's totally different. Saying the culture is so dysfunctional and toxic that even that the women even just like you said, Mr. Fantastic, a lot of women are just like, a lot of them, they're not even worth getting in a relationship with. They don't bring no femininity. They're not cooperative, especially in the younger generation, like you were saying, from Gen X era was totally. They was born in a different time, and I agree. Respecting black women, they're contradictory, something like that. So as far as like, oh, we want the this whole thing with the whole educated lame and getting a thug and all this type of stuff, it just shows you the dysfunction and where these women heads are at, and the whole dot culture and all that, celebrating whole culture and all that. It's bad, man. I think it's over for most of the women. So, and if you want traditional type of women, that's hard to find. Most of the time you're gonna have to go outside of America because it's just not it's not really there as much. But yeah.
All right on. King Dongo in the building says, Good Friday. Salute to Bernard and the panel. Thank you for the heavy-handed super chat. I probably got to put your name in lights as a sponsor. You and Ibrahim. Thank you very much for that, fellas. Cool Kamazi. I think I may have already read this one. He says, why do people go at people who use their money for women, but not the rappers and entertainers doing the same thing? Good point. Aren't they productive, like Passport Bros and etc.? Yeah, you can't be a productive lame using your money, but you could be a productive nigga with gold teeth in your mouth using your money.
Exactly.
I actually got a thing coming up on that. I got a stream coming up on that because
do that. Go ham on that one. Yeah. Fantastic. Go ham on that one because that's a good point. That is a solid point. Please.
Exactly, and that's exactly the point that I'm getting at here. Now, what's interesting about all this is Mr. Fantastic made an interesting statement about don't mess with women that don't want you. Now I find that interesting because that's never been my argument. I'm not saying it's not a valid argument. It's just never been my argument. So whether women want me or not is irrelevant to my argument.
Well,
I
and
find it fascinating that that would be introduced into a conversation that was never a point of contention for me in the begin with. My position is this, but since it's on the table, my position is this. I'm not a romantic. I'm not. I don't have a problem with women looking at me for what I can do for them, because I'm looking at them for what they can do for me. A fair exchange is no robbery. The problem I have with a lot of black women is they're trying to get the most for the least. I want fair value. This is the reason why I interview black women, which includes 1,000-word writing sample.
yeah, but this is what
Real
I'm
quick,
saying.
real quick. Number 16. Hold on, real quick. Number 16 in the middle of super chat. He said, "These women have no shame out here. Oh man, has too much hope. I have hope. I got hope for the community. I do."
The question isn't whether they have shame or not. The question is whether they face consequences.
Mm-hmm.
See, black women have never really had to face consequences for what they did. It all changes now. There will be consequences, ladies, because you need us a lot more than we need you. We being the non-select guy, you need us a lot more than we need you. You've proven it a gazillion times in just the past 6 years alone. There will be consequences. If you roll with guys like Derek from this point forward, there will be consequences. You will be judged. You will have penalties levied against you. I am dead serious about a dinner whore registry. I'm dead serious. There will be consequences. There will be costs wrought from you. You can do whatever you want to do. The question is, are you willing to pay the price? Because let's be clear, those dudes ain't paying the price for you. You are.
Utopia in the building with a super chat. Appreciate you, Utopia. She says, "My dad want to say something. LOL." He said, "Fellas, you do the selecting. You discriminate against the Pookie and Ray Ray bottom women. Don't allow them to choose you. You choose the finest and best." Well, your dad is a blue pill simp. I'm not just playing. Thank you, Utopia, for the super chat. There's some nuance to that. I do, and I think Fantastic probably agree with me with the select, non-select. I think he probably say with Nagone say no, men do the selecting. So I think that's probably where your dad is coming from. And technically, men do the selecting. But if a woman is approached by 10 guys and she rejects 9 of them and accepts that one, she did select that man who selected her. So they both technically select, no matter how you slice it. But overall, a man needs to walk in the power and glory that I'm the one making the choices out here. So I do get with you on. I do. I can agree with you.
But she makes a powerful point, though.
What's that?
We all agree that there's short-term and long-term mating, right? We all agree on that, right? I mean, the dual mating strategy of women, the dual mating strategy of men. We all agree on that, right? So in a long-term relationship context, who has the power there? Who?
That would be the man.
Yeah. Okay. And I just got finished reading this in the chat room. A brother said the sisters don't need non-select guys like you. Another brother said, the women will always pick Derek Jackson over you. I'm good with both. Then they don't need to be talking about why they ain't being protected. That should answer itself, shouldn't it? If they don't need the non-select guys to do it, and they're always taking guys like Derek Jackson, why do we have all of these, campaigns to stop street harassment? All of this stuff in the social media about black women not being protected. Seems to me you would go to the guys you're choosing, right? That would answer itself, right?
Clue in the building with the super chat. He says, "On the road, great points." I'm going to go to Game Changer, but Fantastic, you had jumped in and then I interrupted you when I started reading the super chat, so you can go ahead, jump in and say what it was that you was going to say.
You got one more super chat. Everyday Valet.
Everyday Valet in the building. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. He said, "I don't care if a woman desires me or not, as long as my goal is accomplished. I've never seen a UFO or a hoe that won't go."
Don't save her. She don't want to be
saved. Me or F me. Yeah, I got my thoughts. I'm gonna let that rock. I'm gonna let that go. But go ahead, Fantastic.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm sitting again. I'm not saying you made the argument, but again, this is how it's interpreted when you're saying it, because it's like you why are you choosing them? Why are you choosing them? Why are you choosing them? That's the thing. So now that you've laid out the reason, the premise behind it, I have a better understanding. And I guess most people have a better understanding. But and to your point too.
But I've been doing it for 6 years straight. I've been doing it in writing for 6 years straight.
Yeah, I only know you two, man. I only know you two. With all due respect, oh man. But this is what I'm saying. It still comes to be as to where, and two, you said black women will never be punished until, like, you know what I mean? There is no way to hold them accountable or to punish them for them making their bad choices, especially with welfare. Okay, again, if a woman is going to benefit from being taken care of by making bad decisions, there's no monetary punishment. Of course, there's no jail or anything like that. And then still, like I said, she's going to be. This is why we, the newer generation was like no stepdaddies, and we were coming at the Gen X was pretty much the last generation of that, and we were saying like, no man, why you're rewarding a woman for choosing the dude that didn't give a fuck, and all he did was leave her with a kid. Even you said something about Dr. Boyce Watkins. So again, man, it's a lot of nuance and a lot of nothing. It's just we got to be careful on the extremes and the absolutism aspect of it. This is a very, very intricate and delicate situation that we have here. But ultimately, it's just like, what you got, so move accordingly, adjust and move accordingly. Especially coming to a woman can tell you one thing, but it's don't watch. And I heard this space say it vehemently. Don't listen to what she say. Watch what she do, and you just got to go from there.
Well, let me say this, Fantastic. When you say you can't enact consequences, that's true. That's definitely true to a degree. I mean, there can be consequences with individual women that you individually deal with in your individual life, but media platforms highlighting the results of bad outcomes of what these women are doing, I think that's useful. I think that's helpful. The no stepdaddy thing, and that's getting legs. Like that's talked about a lot on a lot of media platforms. The guys are saying no more of that stepdaddy taking care of other men, kids, and all of that. Like that matters. That's going to inception into the mind of some young women, and that's going to make them say, "Hold on, this ain't shit Negro ain't getting it raw." It's going to inception into the mind of some people. So media platforms talking about this on a large scale, that influences people. I mean, we do understand. I mean, you talk about programming and conditioning and agendas being pushed through the media. I'm just an example. You talk about how they put men in dresses and stuff like that on TV. They're inceptioning the mind of people to be just okay with homosexuality and the whole works. So Obsidian talking about it on a media platform. Kevin Samuels talking about it. Kevin Samuels red pilling what amounts to the world at this point. He global. So all of that matters. So, but the individual man right here, right now, today, yeah, he needs to move accordingly, understanding the world that he lives in. But we can't make the mistake of telling the guy who's being the advocate for what makes sense, for what works. We can't make the mistake of coming at the advocate saying, "Are you wasting your time? These hoes is hoes." We can't run into that problem. Even if his efforts are futile, if he's advocating for what yields better results, let's not get in the way of that person. I'm not. I'm not saying that's what I feel like Ty City was doing to Lil Big Nate when he was cutting him off. They don't care. I'm not
saying that whatsoever. Like I said, that's why I just said make sure there's no extremism and no absolutism. That's all. I'm trying to be clear on that. I'm not saying. My bad.
The flaw in the argument is several. The first one is what Bernard said. I am an influencer. I have a big microphone. I can influence other black men. One of my biggest videos I've ever done is called "Why I Refuse to Be the Cleanup Man." 5 years later, it's still making shockwaves. That's number one. Number two, on the individual level, there's a whole lot of things you can do. As a black man, you can refuse to give a black woman your last name. You can refuse to even take a black woman out. See, this is the reason why I embrace the non-select guy role, Mr. Fantastic, because everything is weighted towards sex and short-term mating. I decided to take the long way around. Okay, sex is off the table because you're not sexually attracted to me. Fine. But what do you offer me non-sexually? You want my non-sexual companionship. Fine. What do you offer in return non-sexually? Where'd you go to school? What type of are you good eye candy that can help me make money? Do people like you? That can help me close business deals. What good are you other than sex? See, this is the problem. And see, what Kevin has done is masterful. He hasn't done it the way I have, but when you sit down and think about it, we're both coming at the same thing in the same time of way. A lot of black women don't have much to offer other than sex. They painted themselves into a corner. That's the whole point. I'm okay with not being, sexually desired because I know I bring other things to the table. But what do they bring to the table other than sex? For me.
All right. We're gonna pass the mic to Game Changer. This is like an open panel freestyle Friday, what's on your mind type of day. And when I do those type of shows, that's where I'm low-key recruiting for new talent. So I do like to hear new voices on these days, even though we got a good vibe up here with a lot of the normal cast of, everybody want to hear Obsidian, Fantastic, Game Changer, Pablo, and whatnot. But yeah, I'm open for new voices today. Somebody new can come on up and speak. But Game Changer got it right now. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, appreciate you, Bernard. So yeah, the beauty of Obsidian's message is that there's been a lot of blame shifting in the Black community, and that's from Black women to everybody else. And that's one of the benefits. In fact, that's the primary benefit of being a double minority. If you're faced with concerns as it relates to anything dealing with relationships, you can blame Black men, and white society will believe you because you are more of a minority than they are. And with Black men, they do the same thing. They blame white men for all of their other troubles and try to garner the support of both communities. That's what this whole protection argument is about. That's them blaming white men for anything just to get Black men on their side against white men while they work with white men to garner resources, read Goldman Sachs and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They complain about white supremacy, yet they take its money. So the ability to shift blame is a very powerful one. And Obsidian is taking that tool away from them. Basically, what he's saying is the blame is on you. This is not a matter of something just generally culturally wrong with Black men, more so than any other group of men. This is something culturally wrong with you and your way of choosing them. Your problems are your own. I think highlighting that to both the women themselves and the public at large is definitely necessary. So I appreciate his message, even if that's not the intent. That is the result. So I do appreciate that portion of the message.
Right on. Good stuff. Good stuff. Go ahead, Pablo. You got the flow. You got the mic.
Yeah. So, to what Fantastic was saying about, well, the woman, she needs to like you. Okay. I would like to share a brief clip, if I may.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, that might get me the claim. I'm looking at it down there. I see where you're going. But I'm trying to keep them strikes down to a minimum.
Oh, I can't share that?
No, that's risky. That's risky.
All right. So
break down and explain it though. Most people are familiar with it, so go ahead and just break down and explain it.
So I'll drop it in the chat and then I'll explain. It's a clip from Fences with Denzel Washington where he is talking to his son who wants to buy a new color television. And in the process of wanting his son wanting his father to buy him a new television, he explains to him that, hey, I don't have the money. I can't afford this. Right? So, he talks about his relationship with the child's mother. And he says, how come you don't, he asks his father, how come you don't like me? He says, like you? Where is it written I got to like you? I go down to that plant every day and bust my ass for that man. And at the end of the week, he gives me $55. Do you think he give it to me because he like me? No, he give it to me because he owes me. Your job is not to be liked, it is to be respected. Your work is to be reciprocated. Like ain't got shit to do.
Somebody got background.
Like ain't got nothing to do with nothing. These women are to reciprocate what you invest in them. They're liking you and don't amount to shit.
Okay, Pablo. So again, let me. So yeah, I understand the dynamic. What you're talking about, that famous scene from a father to son aspect, and he was telling that was a father talking to his son. Okay, there's no intimacy there. There's nothing to be reciprocated with a woman, though. A woman that you're giving her your everything. You're working those jobs and all this stuff at the plant or whatnot, what have you. Bro, if she don't like you, she don't respect you. She's using you. So we can't. That's the extreme, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Hold
on. I didn't cut you off. Wait. I didn't cut you off. So let me finish. If you bought her and she's only with you because you bought her, that just means somebody else can come along and buy her too. She has no interest in you. She only has interest in what you can do for her. Am I saying your industriousness and the stuff you're able to provide to not be a thing? No. But again, we're talking about this from a balanced aspect. Even whether you talk about white people or whatnot, what have you, if you want to go on some, polygamy stuff, that's totally different. Hey, you passed down from a family that we don't have a choice. Yeah. But like I said, you got it, just like you guys say all the time, you got to go there for that. We're in America. Being that you're in America, that's not going to fly. Okay. In order for the woman to be with you, you should want her to like you. That's not guaranteeing anything because, again, she can like you today and hate you tomorrow. But at the very least, like I'm saying, you're getting something out of it. And again, she's putting something into you because this thing, as it were, and this is the problem and the issue I have with the high value man thing, to say, hey, you get to being a 6-figure guy and doing all this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. And now this fine young woman gets to come along and enjoy the fruits of your labor just off the strength of fucking being fine and young. Well, damn, what the hell you gonna do when she get old? And if she that much younger than you, you gonna die before her. She gonna take your shit, and then she gonna use your shit, your insurance money, to spend on the next nigga. So I'm just saying, man, this thing don't work the way you're trying to make it work.
Hold on,
Men should be concerned of what their wife of 30 years do with the money after they dead. I mean, come on.
No. Well, we ain't talking 30. Wait. We're not talking 30, Bernard, because again, Kevin Samuel said he's 50 years old and he got 20-year-olds hitting that hollering him all the time, right? So by the numbers, and again, not wishing them bad on him, but the average black man lives to be 72 years. So but we know the chances on that marriage lasting isn't high at all anyway. So even if he did, that'll be 20 years later, and then his wife is only in her 40s. Now she gets all of your she done enjoyed your high earnings. Remember, not having to do nothing, 100% paid way for 20 years. Now she's still 40, which she's not no spring chicken, but she's able to get somebody else, and she has your bag, what she done already got, plus your insurance money fee.
Yeah, and she's still and by that same math, fantastic. There's still some teenage children that still need to be taken care of too. So
I got one question for Fantastic. One question.
Man, she got to earn his dick, bro.
Did black women like Derek Jackson before last week?
They still like him now.
Most of them liked him then.
They still like him now. That's what y'all are missing. Y'all can't come
my point.
What's your point, Pablo?
Ain't got nothing to do with me.
Wait a minute. We gotta slow everything down here. I'm wondering. I get where Mr. Fantastic is coming from, but I've never thought that way. I just don't care. I think this is a matter of market dynamics. A fair exchange is no robbery. If let's use me and Kevin are the same age, so let's use that scenario. Okay, you get a woman in her 20s. I'm 52, so the next 20 years I enjoy her. What's the problem? I'm saying that she's worth it to me for that time for me to enjoy her. I shuffle off this mortal coil, and that's that.
Yeah, and again, that's your prerogative, that's your thing, but that goes against a lot of red pill ideology and stuff, other stuff that's in the space.
How does it go against red pill ideology? Where does it say in the red pill ideology that a fair exchange is no robbery?
It's not a fair exchange. It's not a fair exchange.
How is it not a fair exchange?
What is she investing into you? What are you getting out of the deal other than vagina?
Yeah, exactly. She's investing her body, her reproductive capacity, and her submissiveness. That doesn't mean she's got to like me and all the rest of it. Kevin talks about a woman needing to praise a man. I agree. I don't care if she really means it. She's got to put on a good performance for the world. Black women perform all the time for white folks. So she can perform for me too.
Okay. Well, like I said, I think that's your individual thing. I mean, if that's your deal and you're cool with that, hey, that's your prerogative.
That's really the point right there when you say that's the individual deal. Because come on, somebody who washing dishes. Somebody, if you're watching dishes, mute up. All right. Here's the thing. This is one problem I had with Fantastic Sex. You said, if you're just buying her, okay, somebody else could buy her. Okay, but if she just really like you, somebody else could just come and tickle her fancy a little better. There's always a possible chance that somebody can be better at something. So it's a risk with everything. But different men have to play the game a different way,
But this is what I'm saying. But hold on, Bernard, this is what you're leaving out, though. Wait, this is what you're leaving out. Real quick, this is what you're leaving out, though. Hold on, Nerdine. You get to this is what I'm saying, Bernard. I'm not paying 100% of shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to pay her way off of being just cute and beautiful or whatever the fuck you want to call it. She's going to like me, so I'm going to make her invest back into me. She's going to spend money on me. She's going to provide something to me other than her body, her reproductive system, and all these other things. That's again, equal rights, right? Men are equal to women. So we live in a society where a woman.
We are?
No, bro, game changer. Listen, hear it out, brother, before you cut me off. According to American society, men are equal to women. Women have rights. Being that women have rights, they can vote, they can work, they can do all those things. I expect her to not necessarily contribute equally, but she's going to contribute in some way, shape, form, or fashion. I'm not motherfucking sponsoring no bitch. I'm not doing it.
Hey, nobody's saying that you have. So I'm trying to understand, Mr. Fantastic, and tacking it back to this argument that I was the progenitor of all of this jawline stuff. My thing is, I've never had a problem with doing that. It doesn't bother me. So where is this coming from?
Because you're still saying, like I said, you're saying the fact that you can provide 100% overrides everything else. That's what I'm saying.
Overrides what?
Overrides the jawline, overrides the height, overrides the physical attraction, overrides all these other things.
But there's empirical evidence that bears that out.
No, it doesn't. We tried this already. Obsidian?
No. You asserted. I can give you citations.
I can dig up the same citation.
Wait a minute. That part don't matter. Rather your money.
I'm saying this is the reason why yesterday when Mr. Fantastic got on the air, I just shut down. I'm not going to debate.
Okay, well, I got you. I got it. I'll do this right now. It's not that hard. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Right. I'm not going to debate opinions. This has already been settled. I have no problem with Mr. Fantastic's way of wanting to order his life. God bless him. But it seems like he has a problem with what me and Pablo are saying. We're not saying other black men got to do what we do. I've never said that. I'm talking about what I'm doing. I don't have a problem with the arrangement that Pablo's talking about. I don't have a problem with the fences analogy Pablo is talking about. It would be nice if a black woman really liked me. That would be great. It would be nice if she was heads over tails and heels in love with me. That would be great. The only thing I would demand from her is her respect and her obedience. She does that, we Gucci.
These 40-year-old spinsters and stuff like that, like one of them ones that was on Kevin's show on Instagram last night. They're gonna have to make a deal. Fantastic. They ain't gonna be able to get some man to get them because they quote unquote are so in love with them. They got too much shit with them to be making them kind of deals. They gonna have to make arrangements, my brother.
All right, we're gonna
Especially
pass
if
the
they
mic.
didn't
20,
get-
that's great.
We
But
gotta
when you
pass.
40, you gonna have to make a deal.
Right on. I'm
Pablo's
down
right,
with
especially
brothers
if they
doing.
have-
Damn, hold on, Nardine, hold on. I'm down with brothers doing what work for them. There are some, and I don't even want to say this is just a non-select thing, but there are some brothers who are on the more non-select side of the scale, and if that beautiful woman, she probably ain't going to get wet from him on sight. That attractive woman, but if he's showing up as a man who's accomplished something and can provide something, and this is what I require from you, seeing as I'm providing for you, and she delivers on his requirements, and I mean, if they got a deal, they got a deal. It may work, it may not work. We do know that there's I ain't about to get into the data, but we're gonna pass the mic. East up. Is that ease up? No, that's east up. We're
Can
gonna
I
pass
say-
the mic to you. Welcome to the
go
show.
ahead.
Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Nardine, you got to be on mute if you're washing dishes or talking to random people.
I'm not
on the bus.
I'm not. That's
All right. Cool. All right, go ahead. East up. You got it.
What up, Bernard? What up,
What's
Obsidian?
up? Welcome to the show, man.
So I disagree with Obsidian. I think it's the job of most men. I think every man is responsible for being as sexually appealing to women as possible. I know a lot of people complain about I don't know, like street niggas.
When
They
did
get
I
all
say otherwise? Hold on.
Hold on, let me finish everything. Then I'll whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But when did I ever say?
Hold on. Let me finish. I got you.
Hang on. When did I ever say otherwise, though?
No, you're making the argument that resources and everything else should make a woman get wet for lack of a better term.
When did I say that?
You are saying that. That's the gist of your argument. Can I finish my whole
Wait, but
thing
hold on.
then?
Well, East up. It is a problem if you start your discussion. Like if I start talking and I say, "Well, I disagree," when Pablo said the sky is green.
It's fine that he
if
disagrees.
you start off like that, Pablo does get to cut me off and say, "Wait a minute, I didn't say the sky was green. I said the sky was
All
blue."
right.
Okay,
all right,
so
so
you
never-
can't just start off saying somebody said something and they saying they didn't say it.
How
Never
about
mind. Never mind if Obsidian said it.
Let's do this. East up. How about you ask me a clarifying question?
No, I'm not asking.
No,
that
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Let's just forget that I said Obsidian said this. All right, let's just forget that.
Okay.
My point is this: I think it's the job of every man to be I think it's the job of every man. How can I put it? I think every man needs to be responsible sexually. They need to be as appealing as they can to most women, especially black women.
So you agree that, let me just say this real quick. You agree that a man should be in reasonably good shape for a man of his age?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's I took that. That was a direct quote from Obsidian. So I just want to make it clear
No
y'all agree on that.
So,
Let's go forward.
that's my point. I think a lot of guys complain about Pookie and Ray Ray and all these street guys that's getting all the pussy, but it's your job too to be attractive.
No.
It is your job.
Let me correct you.
brother,
Hold it. Let me correct you because this is something that has been going on for too long. I have never had a problem with Pookie and Ray Ray getting pussy. I've had a problem with black women fucking and sucking and reproducing with Pookie and Ray Ray, getting fucked over by them, then want to blame everybody else for it. Go back to Pookie and Ray Ray and fix your shit, sister. That's what I'm saying.
You're right about them blaming everybody else for it. But if they're not sexually attracted to guys that are not Pookie
It has
and Ray
nothing
Ray,
to do. My argument has
wait a
nothing
minute.
to do with.
Well, we're not talking about your argument.
It has nothing to do with
Hold on.
sexual attraction.
We're not talking about your argument. We're not talking about your argument.
East up, real quick. Either way, this ain't the This is not the I can't get no pussy because Pookie and Ray Ray got
well,
hoes channel.
well,
So I don't know where you're coming from.
Technically, you can't reproduce with a woman if she doesn't want to fuck you.
It has nothing to do with the argument.
Okay,
You're
brother.
talking about something else.
No.
I'm just
Right.
laying out my opinion, and you're going
I know,
crazy
but
with
you
it.
need to take your opinion directly to an incel channel who is saying
not
I
an
can't
incel
get
channel.
me. No,
It's
you're
not-
saying no. Wait, stop. Just stop. Pump the brakes. I don't think anybody has laid out the argument that I can't get sex from a woman here. I don't think nobody has said that. You're making an argument that is predicated.
And I defy you to cite chapter and verse who you think did.
What do you mean chapter? Listen, this is just what I'm laying out. Okay. Now you can say nobody's making this argument. We can play that game or whatever. But the point is, if a bitch is not interested in you sexually, you can't use fucking money to make her pussy wet. You can't do none of that
Okay,
shit.
now you're saying, okay,
That's
I
my
got you.
point. You can't fucking. You can't do none of that shit.
Hold it.
All right, cool.
East up. What do you do? What do you do for a living?
I'm a mechanic.
How much do you make?
Like 40.
You don't even make the average amount of money for a black man in this country. You want to tell me?
Okay, fuck you and keep on talking.
I'm talking.
Okay, fuck you and
I'm
keep
talking.
talking.
I'm talking.
Keep
You don't.
talking.
I'm talking. You don't even
Fuck
make.
you and
I'm
you
talking.
can't keep talking.
I'm
Keep
talking.
talking.
I'm talking.
Keep fucking
You don't-
talking.
All right, East up.
Don't
Let
even
him respond to you.
Talk, nigga.
You don't even make the average amount of money for a black man in this country, and you're going to tell somebody like me who earns in excess of 4 times what you make, what money can and can't do? Are you fucking serious? You're kidding me. You're going to tell me, who is gainfully self-employed, operated in the black for 6 years straight, and is able to do whatever the fuck I want to do, what money can or can't do with women, and you don't even make the average for a black man. See, this is the problem we got right here, Bernard. Brothers who are mediocre trying to run the table. Know your place, young man. Sit down. Grown folks are talking.
All right, he was muted up during that. I don't even think he know he was muted up because I tend to believe he probably was responding. But you can go ahead and respond. Well, hold on real quick. Get Topi in the middle on the super chat. He said, "My dad wants to add one thing." Bernard, he says, "Remember what James Brown said? It's a man's world." Sorry, Bernard. I'm sorry I had to sing that too. I'm sorry y'all heard me sing. All right, here we go. So
hold on. Oh, Bernard, I got some very important information. Bernard,
go ahead, fantastic.
You not gonna let me say none of that?
I got some. Hold on, I'll get it back to you, brother.
For a second, I got you.
All right.
So Obsidian, brother, you know what I just found? Dr. Bus, right? David M. Bus, correct?
Yes.
So Obsidian, let me read this to you, Obsidian, because see now I'm see, brother, when you do this, remember, I'm of the dojo of Obsidian. Remember, this is how I came through the space. So what I did was the thing you always quote, Obsidian, you're misquoting it, brother.
Okay.
You're misquoting it.
Are you what are you reading?
I'm looking at it right now. Let me tell you.
Hang
Hold
on.
on. Why you cut me off? Obsidian, I've been quiet. I ain't said nothing. Hold on. I'm gonna read this, brother. This is what you cite.
Well, hang on. What are you reading from?
Sex differences in human mate preferences, evolutionary hypothesis tested in 37 cultures.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. So, this says females were found to value cues to resource acquisition and potential mates more highly than males. I say again, listen. Females were found to value cues and resource acquisition and potential mates more highly, not first, than males. Characteristics signaling reproductive capacity were valued more by males than females. So the shit you've been feeding us, bro, you've been finessing us the whole goddamn time. Either you're misquoting it by misunderstanding it unintentionally, or you're intentionally misquoting it. They never said in any way, shape, form, or fashion. The doctor you always quote says here clearly, more highly means that in the comparison to men and women, women care more about resources. It never said nothing about them caring about resources first, resources only, or resources more than biological cues. So, man, when you do this, man, and you keep asking me to do it, you asked for this. Now I have pulled back the motherfucking curtain from the Wizard of Oz because what you've always thrown in my face about not reading, I just read it and this proves everything you said about it. And you can't dispute it because I got it right here. And I'm going to post the link in the chat so people can see it. So when you ask for something, man, sometimes it's just better for you to not try and stun on me because that's what you tried to do right now, telling me I'm not sourced and you don't got the information, you don't got the stuff. Well, I went and got it, man, and now it seemed like you was a liar the whole time, fam. Come on now.
Do you want to tell him Obsidian or should I tell him?
Should I you gonna argue with the writing? What, hold up. Before you jump in there, Pablo, again, this is the source that Obsidian has been motherfucking quoting for I don't know how long. I just put it in the chat. So before you jump on this bandwagon, you might want to read it yourself if you haven't already read it.
All right. I'm gonna let him take it, but I know where he's going. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I respond?
Yes, you can.
I'm reading from the book The Evolution of Desire, Strategies of Human Mating, David M. Buss, University of Texas at Austin, Chapter 2, What Women Want. And I'm going to the page number 22. In selecting a mate, women must identify and correctly evaluate the cues that signal whether a man is indeed possess a particular resource. The assessment problem becomes especially acute in areas where men are apt to deceive women, such as pretending to have higher status than they do or feigning greater commitment than they are willing to give. Finally, women face the problem of integrating their knowledge about a prospective mate. Suppose that one man is generous but emotionally unstable. Another man is emotionally stable but stingy. Which man should a woman choose? Choosing a mate calls upon psychological mechanisms that make it possible to evaluate the relevant attributes and give each its appropriate weight in the whole. Some attributes are graded more weight than others in the final decision about whether to choose or reject a particular man.
Read that again. Go back and read that last sentence again, please.
Some attributes are granted more weight than others in the final decision about whether to choose or reject a particular man. One of these heavily weighted components is the man's resources. Listed number 1 on a list of about roughly 10 or 11 most desirable traits women worldwide see in a man: economic capacity.
Bam!
Quote, the evolution of the female preference for mates who offer resources may be the most ancient and pervasive basis for female mate choice in the animal kingdom. Consider the gray shrike, a bird that lives in the Negev desert of Israel. Just before the start of breeding season, male shrikes begin amassing caches of edible prey, such as snails and other useful objects, such as feathers and pieces of cloth, in numbers ranging from 90 to 120. They impale these items on thorns and other pointed projections within their territory. Females look over the available males and prefer to mate with those having the largest caches. When the biologist Reuven Youssef arbitrarily removed portions of some males' caches and added edible objects to others, females shifted to the mates with the larger bounties. Females avoided entirely males without resources, consigning them to bachelorhood. Wherever females show a mating preference, the male's resources are often the key criterion.
So again, and did he take to show any other thing that countered that to show where they picked the biological aspect than the stripe?
He said throughout the animal kingdom.
Which again, no, that's still not the deal, Obsidian. Those are birds. Birds and mammals are two different things. Birds are not mammals.
He said throughout the animal kingdom.
And again, I could give you 3 to 4 different birds that work the opposite way. Again, bro. And what year was that? What year was that book?
It came out in 1994. It was updated in 2016.
All right. So like I said, my source is from 1989. And again, bro, the whole thing where you're trying to act like this shit has nothing to do with it, man.
I didn't say that.
In general,
I did not say that.
Women in general still have biological cues that override whatever that is. All that shit is societal.
I didn't say that.
Holy shit.
Resources are a result of societal fucking norms, bro.
What societal norms do other animals in the animal kingdom adhere to?
They don't. There are no fucking societal norms. The majority of fucking animals do not fucking do the shit over resources, bro.
I
It's
just
also
read
fucking,
to you where they do.
huh?
I just read to you where they do throughout
No,
the
that was
animal.
one example. Again, he gave one example and biased example that does not occur, not even for the same species. Not even for the same species did he give a counter. Hold on. Not even for the same species did he give a counter where there are several. And then furthermore, in different parts of the animal kingdom, things work definitely more from the fucking biological aspect than the thing.
Animal kingdom. What does that mean? Throughout the animal kingdom.
Everybody.
That's not fucking true.
Everybody.
Well, you know what?
That's not true.
Take it up with Dr. Buss. You can contact him at the University of Texas at Austin. You can take it up with him. I didn't write it. He did.
All right, real quick. Demetrius Armstrong said, Obsidian can talk about respect that a woman feel for a man that set up a deal and not just take what black women gives them. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Ace in Spades does speak towards something that that I want to get up, and it sort of refers to what East Up was saying. So Ace in Spades says, OMG, his effing point was money is not an aphrodisiac. That is generally true. I'm about to try to bring it home right here. Women don't jack off to dollar bills. Yes, they like it, but who doesn't?
But
It's
hang
not,
on.
hold on, real quick. Let me. I wanted to read this for
Hang on
a
a
reason.
second.
Wait, stop, Obsidian. I wanted to read this for a reason because I want to say something to it, and then I'll pass it to you. He said it's not a turn on. I think it is true when, and I've said this a million times, when guys are only talking about short-term sex and getting the pussy wet. That speaks to when Obsidian are making a larger, holy shit. Come on, mute up, folks. When Obsidian is making a larger argument about what makes sense and yields long-term results, somebody always sneaks in the back door of the conversation with a collar pop talking about, but can you get the pussy wet though? I mean, like, and so the can you get the pussy wet? Yeah, it is a thing. If we're talking about just some short-term casual sex, I remember like, okay, a one-night stand that I had with a woman. When she first saw me, she looked me up and down. She was drunk, and that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. She looked me up and down and was like, "Damn, nigga, you look good," or something like that. So yeah, she just looked at me, was sexually attracted to me, and you know, sometime later we ended up having sex. So yes, she didn't know if I was a millionaire or if I worked at McDonald's. She was just physically attracted to me, and we ended up having sex. So yes, if all you're talking about is just short term, turned on, pussy wet, clit tingling, let's go fuck, then yes, what
that runs counter to the studies.
Just short term bend it over fuck.
It runs counter to the studies. See, the problem
hold on, wait. Does the study account for, because I'm not saying money does not get a guy in the building too.
It's not just money, it's money. And the number two things on the list that I'm certain Mr. Fantastic isn't aware of because he hasn't read the book is economic capacity and social status. They're at the top of the heap. They work in tandem. So
okay, great. But hold on, real quick. Physical attractiveness is on the scale as well, right?
See when y'all let him do this shit, Bernard.
Hold on. Wait, everybody, chill. Obsidian, I'm going to go here. I agree with you. Money matters. It absolutely matters.
Status too.
Money and status matters.
Okay.
It absolutely matters. Wait, Obsidian. I would like to talk on my show. Okay. Money and status matters. The problem I have with people like East Up, he is trying to use another thing that matters as well, and that's physical attractiveness, and they try to use that to try to trump over money and status. But if somebody is, that's the card that they has to play, if that's the only card they got, is they look good, and that's the card that they're playing, they don't have to try to use that to try to trump over the status guy or the money guy.
But how useful is that for the vast majority of guys? So like somebody's mentioning Jeremy Meeks. How useful is that for most guys? Most guys ain't Jeremy. How useful is that?
Right, it's not useful, but if somebody is saying, "Hey, that's how I get down," then that dude need to say, "Hey, that's how." That hold on, stop, Obsidian. Wait a second. If that guy, I'm trying to tell the East Up guys, that's what they need to say. Hey, that's how I get down. I don't need the money because I look good and I allegedly look like the Jeremy Meeks dude.
There's nothing wrong
they,
with that.
they just hold on. They just need. Wait a minute. They just need to say that and then move on. But you are right that there are men that need to play the money inside this game, and there's nothing wrong with that game either.
Oh, it is. Because the problem is those guys just don't leave it at that. Say, hey, listen, I don't need to do that. I do that. No, they gotta denigrate the guys who do it. Why?
Ain't nobody trying to denigrate.
Yes, they do.
I'm not trying to denigrate.
Do. Yes,
I'm not trying. You was trying to denigrate me, but I'm not.
No,
I'm not trying to denigrate.
I asked you a question. You gave an answer, and I gave a conclusion.
I got muted. That's why I didn't answer. But the point is, what I'm trying to say.
You did answer my question, though.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, if you use your money alone to try and get a woman, you will be played. You'll get used like a trick.
Wait a minute.
You don't have any money.
Can I say?
So how do you know?
Wait a minute. Both of y'all mute up. I hate straw man arguments. He says if you use your money alone, one is money and is status. And Obsidian says you should be in reasonably decent shape for a man of your age. So you're trying to set it up as if he's just saying money alone. I look like Quasimodo, but I'm just waving money around. Yes.
Yeah, why does he do that? Why does he do that?
Humans are more complex.
Why are they doing that, man?
I don't know why they're doing that. But okay, well, I'm sure you would argue
because they're insecure about resources. That's
okay.
why they're
believe
deeply insecure about it. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, how is it that guys who are broke going to lecture the guys who are not what women will and won't do when money is involved? I mean, really?
Come on now,
because I fuck niggas bitches that have more money than me, stupid.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Listen, let's not do that.
But let me got more money than me, stupid.
Bernard, hold on. Bernard. Stop. Hold on, wait, stop.
I want to counter that real quick.
Wait, stop it. East up. I believe you that is true, that you have fucked niggas bitches that got more money than you. But don't you agree that it is also true that there are niggas with money that have taken bitches from broke niggas? It goes both ways. It's not one or the other. This shit is stupid. This shit is stupid.
Fantastic ain't broke because I gave that nigga $5 this week.
Like, damn.
So
you gotta mute me every time. Man. I just gotta respond.
It was me, Pablo.
East up.
Yeah.
Can I say something, Bernard? Can I say something?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Nerdine.
Yeah, I agree with what I mean. East up. You gotta understand that the pendulum goes both ways. If you're taking, girls from guys who got a lot of money, the guys can do the same. The guys who have money can do the same thing. It's
not likely.
What's attractive at the time. Yes, it happens all the time.
Not likely.
No, very likely.
Hold on, wait.
I mean, that's what prostitution is.
Lil Wayne, gremlin face, ugly ass could take your woman. Cut it out. Like,
that's right.
We know it can go either way. It can go either way.
Am I muted? Oh.
Yes, a broke dude. Yes, a broke dude that looked good with game.
But also, there's consequences.
These hoes ain't loyal. Bernard, I like to say something. I like to try.
I'm gonna go to Game Changer. Real quick. I'm gonna go to Game Changer, and we do got to get Checkmate in here because he ain't said nothing. He's been very patient. Go ahead, Game Changer. We're gonna go to Checkmate.
Okay, so Obsidian, I differ from you when you say that these guys are insecure about their income. I will say that they're actually insecure about their looks. You see, the thing about this whole 80-20 dynamic is that most guys, of course, are not in the top 20%. They may be in the top 60 to 70%, and they're not getting the attention of the 80% of women that they feel that they should. And they probably did prior to Tinder and things like that. The truth of the matter is they can always swipe right on a better looking nigga. And they don't want to admit to this reality. So what they do is these top maybe 60, 70% guys are trying to shit on what they think or what they perceive to be the bottom, say 30 to 40%. They're walking around saying, you know, oh yes, I am this dude because I am in the top, 60 to 70 percentile. But really, you ain't shit because you're still in the bottom 80 with everybody else. This is just their way of making themselves feel better in the presence of others.
All right, we're gonna go. I know you want to probably respond to that.
Kevin Samuels was fucking lying, talking about he beating 20-year-old girls off with a stick. He's fucking lying.
How do you know he's lying?
He's lying. You might get a few, but he ain't beating them off with no stick.
All right, checkmate. We gotta go ahead. We gonna-
I actually saw it.
Unless he's tricking. Unless he's tricking.
And
Yeah, you dick Lisa now, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, you making a sharp left turn to nowhere.
He stopped. I
Go
actually
ahead,
saw
checkmate.
it on a couple of videos when he was in Atlanta. He was actually minding his business doing a Soup Saturday, and two good-looking Brazilian women came right up to him.
You sure?
If you don't believe me, I could just put. No, it wasn't.
Okay.
This was real. This was live. On live. And if you're talking about Instagram and stuff like that, when it's live, when they're going live on Instagram, when they're going live on Facebook or something like that, you don't plan that.
East up. I mean, come on. I
could share the video right now.
Hold on, Nordine. We don't need to see the video. I mean, it's available. Everybody can find it. But East up, you're making a sharp left turn to nowhere. If you're saying if you're saying a tall 6'4" nigga with money status with a fancy suit on can attract women. You're making a.
He could attract women. I never said he can't attract women, but you an old ass nigga if you 50 something years old talking to some fucking 20-year-old. And I'm not knocking. It's just the facts.
He does that. He does do that. I know for a fact he does.
All right,
we're gonna go to checkmate. I don't want to say check and mate. We're gonna go to checkmate. Gabe, hey, thank you for the super chat. Obsidian said y'all broke and he don't take broke advice. He said East Up is broke and he's not taking advice from East Up. Don't say y'all or try to put everybody against Obsidian. He was talking to
nigga, just come for me directly, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, well, okay, well, no, that was what Gabe A said, but all right, calm down, all right, chill.
Straight, nigga, I ain't even mad.
Hey, whoa, chill. Checkmate, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. Y'all see why I just let random people up? Sometimes it gets interesting.
Yeah, my question.
Go ahead, checkmate. Go ahead, you got it.
My question is for Obsidian. In terms of this whole non-select term that you use,
I got it from Ron Wills, so that we're clear. I did not make up the term. I got it from Ron Wills. I make sure I point that out in the Book of Obsidian, just for the record. Go ahead.
Okay, now would you agree that since considering we all get rejected,
yes,
and we all been accepted,
yes,
pretty much,
yes.
So does that mean that each one of us is not select and select to some degree?
That's a very good question. I think we all indeed are select and non-select to, various women in our environments and in our experiences. I think you make a good point in that sense. But I think while I was attempting to convey using Ron Wills' schema was in a larger, broader context in terms of archetypes. And in the present moment with Derek Jackson, he does indeed fit a certain archetype. And then you have, and I use myself as the other end of the spectrum as an archetype.
Okay, so is this non-select term, is it more based on quantity or quality of women that a man is incapable or capable of getting or not getting?
That's a good question. I think that depends on the man in question. Does quantity matter or does quality matter? See, to me, quality matters. So it doesn't matter. Like, for example, my famous 4 homely sisters story. It didn't matter that 4 women wanted me to take them on the prom. They were all homely. So as far as I was concerned, they didn't count. I have a motto of sorts that goes something like this: the women you don't want don't count. So for me, it's all about quality. It's not about quantity. But for a lot of men, it's about quantity. Then they're very liberal in that respect.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah.
So to every woman, it's unique for every guy's face. So the non-select select thing, it really doesn't matter. If she likes how you look and it starts with your face, then it's your body, then maybe your height. It really doesn't matter. If she sees you and finds you appealing, that's it. That was my whole point. I was just trying to say that you should use your looks primarily to get a girl. You should not use any other thing you have in your arsenal to try and pull women, especially if you're looking for a long-term situation. That was the point of everything I was saying before it got off.
And
So excuse me. Are you saying that you should use your looks for long-term mating?
Absolutely.
But you just said Kevin. Wait, right quick. You just said Kevin is 50 and he's old as fuck.
So he should go for an old ass bitch.
Why?
Because he's old.
What I'm saying is that's not really long-term.
Oh, so you're trying to do that in your lane?
That is so sisterhood. That is sisterhood.
How is it sisterhood?
Oh,
Fantastic.
I know what you're going at with this. You're trying to say, oh, Kevin should stay in his lane. Just stay in his age lane. That's what you're saying.
He'll get used. You'll get used for your money.
Not gonna happen.
So why is Kevin not concerned?
Not gonna happen.
Why is Kevin not concerned about
Kevin's not with anyone. Kevin's not with anyone.
Hold on. He'll get used for his money. They'll get used for their 22-year-old pussy. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What you mean? I'm talking about for like something serious long term. If you're trying to like have a wife, but if you're trying to fuck, hold on. If you're trying to fuck, if you're just trying to fuck, then trick it off.
Hold on. He'll get used for his money for 15 years. She'll get used for her
trick
pussy
it off.
For
Yeah, go ahead.
years.
Trick it off. But I thought we were talking about something a little bit more serious than that.
And what's the problem?
Trick that shit off.
We are.
Trick your money off.
And what's the problem?
All right. He said it. All right, whatever.
And
he said we are. We tricking. All right, we tricking.
Say what?
And Obsidian.
All right, no, I ain't got shit. I thought you were trying to make a different argument. But if we're talking about just tricking money, then why do we even have a fucking panel, period? If we're just talking about tricking.
Kevin talked about.
Well, to be fair, you brought up that particular topic.
And not only that,
we can talk about anything, right? I think it's like
and we could,
like
but
an open thing.
Up.
And not only that,
but you brought that up. I mean, right quick,
the premise that I brought up.
But see, you brought up the topic, and now you're saying, why are we talking about?
No, the premise that I brought up wasn't about tricking. It wasn't about tricking. Obsidian was like, we are.
But it led into that.
He said,
no, East up. You said that, why not just trick? You brought up the term.
No, I didn't say why not just trick.
You said why not just trick? Because if a hot girl wants you because you have money, then you just tricking. So why not just trick?
No,
but if a hot girl wants you, but if a hot wait a minute. But if a hot girl want you because you got big shoulders, that's okay.
No, I said big shoulders. I said.
Okay. Big shoulders, big shoulders, the jawline, and bedroom eyes. That's okay.
Right. Let me clarify. I said if a woman doesn't like your face primarily, if she's going off of anything else, if it's not about your face, then everything else is, good luck with that. But
okay,
Bernard,
so you actually think women should make long-term life decisions about who they bear children with and raise children with, and the most important thing in there is the symmetry, the facial symmetry that they have. That's the most important thing of a life decision about who you're going to spend.
You're putting a lot of work.
You said long term. You said long term. If you're talking long term,
you gotta
stop. You said long term. If you're talking about long term, and you're not just talking about just a little 1 year thing. I mean, you're talking about going all the way. If you're talking about long term, so. If you're talking about going all the way long term, you're potentially talking about marriage or something that resembles a marriage. You're saying the most important thing that a woman should put the highest premium on is his face.
Right. So if a woman hold on for a second. If a woman thinks that you're not that attractive, it will dictate how she treats you throughout the duration of the relationship.
But
I don't give a fuck if this bitch is.
Real quick. If she think you broke and lazy, don't you think that would dictate how she treats you throughout the course of a long-term relationship?
Can I say listen? If a bitch is making money, you could be broke. A bitch will take care of you, and that's facts. Right. You guys know that. And what you. Okay, you don't believe. All right, whatever.
And Obsidian.
Okay.
Listen. If you're talking about, he just went
snapped
full
his shirt.
male concubine, man. Like I understand that happens.
Facts.
I
A bitch
understand.
will suck your dick, pay your bills, and everything if she like you like that.
I
That's
understand
facts.
that happens, but why would that even be some type of manhood that we would even
Ain't nobody said
talk
nothing about
about?
Nobody said that. You're bringing up other stuff
on the table. I mean, that's
you're bringing up other stuff. We were just talking about attraction.
Dude. If you're that dude and you can get that, go ahead and get it. But damn, like that ain't nothing that I think that grown ass men should be striving for, being taken care of.
All these other points instead of just sticking with the fuck I'm talking about. Listen, all I'm saying.
No, wait, stop. I gotta talk about the ramifications of what you're saying, because you basically just got boxed into a corner to where you're basically saying be a full-blown man bitch and get wiped up by a
I'm
nigga.
not, nigga. I'm not saying that.
Shout out to my boss of bitches, wife, and niggas, but I'm not gonna advocate for that shit. God damn.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that how a bitch views you from the jump, how she sees you, is how she's gonna treat you. If she doesn't really like you, you will know. She will treat you like shit. So you should go for a girl that really likes you.
No shit, but a woman can like a man for a lot of different. Damn, Nardine.
Oh my God.
Hold on. A woman can like a man for a lot of different reasons, but you're only limiting the main reason why she's gonna like you is just simply your face. And dude,
that's the main reason.
You're trying to turn men into bitches and bitches into men. And that shit is,
you don't want a bitch to fuck the shit out of you.
No,
you don't want a bitch to buy you shit. You don't want a bitch to do nothing for you. You know what? I don't understand that shit.
Let's do this.
Reminds me of
trust me.
You don't want a bitch to do nothing for you. You just gonna pay all the bills.
Wait. Hold on. Dude. My woman love my dirty drawers and she do fuck the shit out of me, but I'm not about to advocate for men being the couch surfing hobosexual man bitches that get taken care of by women. But it is true that my woman will do anything for me. But that ain't some shit I'm about to advocate for, that men should be in fucking in a compromised state being taken care of by a woman. That's
it's only compromised if she think you ugly.
Dude,
all right, so let's do this.
Go ahead, game changer.
So
you know what this reminds me of?
Go ahead, game changer.
I'm kidding. Hold on.
You sound like a woman from the 1940s waiting for some man to come to your house and meet your father, and what are your intentions with my daughter, so she can take you and take care of you, and like dude, come on, man, like that. I understand the shit happens, but dude, don't advocate that bullshit.
I mean, Bernard, you're feeding his damaged ego. Let's do this. So is your point that women are physically attracted to physically attractive men?
No. That's not my point.
Okay,
my point is she has to view you as physically attractive, because we can all argue that we're attractive.
Your point is that women are physically attracted to physically attractive men.
No, that's not my whatever. That's
and
not
you
my
just
point.
said she has to view you as physically attractive. What the fuck?
It shows to another bitch you're ugly. You know that, right?
Yes, I know.
Okay,
just
then
as you
stop
are.
trying to generalize it. You're generalizing. You know
just as you are. It's not.
You know what
no. You're making the point that they're attracted to physically attractive guys. I don't
no,
think
I'm not
anybody's
making that point. I'm not making that point at all. That is not my point.
Okay, so
my point is you're on some other shit. My point is you can't try to substitute physical attraction with money or anything else. Anything else you will be taken advantage of, then you'll be on here bitching, talking about some old MGTOW bullshit.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you married?
Hell fucking no, I ain't married. How old are you?
Okay, so as far as long-term commitment tactics, your looks hadn't granted you that, correct?
No, that's bullshit. That I didn't say I wasn't in a long-term relationship. I didn't say nothing like that.
Oh, so you are
keep talking shit though. I hear you keep talking shit.
Are you in a long-term relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, so your looks has granted you long-term access.
What the fuck is a marriage? Isn't a marriage a long-term relationship?
Would you agree that that's why I asked if you were married? Would you agree that there are more handsome guys in the world than yourself?
Yeah.
Would you agree that there are more handsome?
Of course.
Okay, so why haven't she left you for them?
What you mean? Why haven't she? Because she views me, motherfucker. It's unique to me. She views me as more attractive. And now
so she views you. She views She views you as the most attractive guy in the world.
One of them, pretty much.
Okay, so why isn't she with one of the more attractive guys?
I
is my
don't
question.
fucking know. Do I have a pussy? Do I have a fucking pussy? No,
well,
I don't. I
but
can't tell you all
well,
the
you
inner
might
workings of a
not.
pussy.
You might not. But see, here's the thing, Easta.
Keep
You're
talking shit,
speaking
bro.
on the behalf of women.
Yeah, you're right.
Speaking as if you have a pussy in every other aspect because you're talking
I
about what
understand
they
something
want.
about pussy that y'all
Okay,
niggas don't. I can tell you that.
so help me understand this about it. Why hasn't she left you for a more attractive guy?
I don't understand all of it, but I understand more than you.
Okay, why haven't she left you for a more attractive guy? Help me with that understanding.
I just told you what the fuck. I don't know, but I understand more than you.
Okay. So do this. I'm willing to suspect that the only reason, if what you're saying is true, then the only scenario that makes sense is that she's with you because you're the handsomest guy that's willing to fuck her. Which means that the only thing that is keeping the two of you together is that better looking guys don't want to fuck her, meaning that you are fucking physically beneath you, ridiculously so.
I wouldn't go that far.
That's how far. I mean, that's the only logical conclusion.
I wouldn't say that.
But what would you
know
say?
How bitches don't move like us. They don't just fuck everything that they see. If she's content,
no. According to you, they do. According to you, they do.
Listen, I give it a good dick.
According to you, they do. According to you, they continue to go out and fuck the most attractive guy that.
No,
they
I
come
didn't
across.
say that. No, that wasn't.
But you said that looks is the primary factor.
For uniquely to who the fuck she chooses. Uniquely.
So
uniquely, motherfucker. Uniquely.
If this is true, then she is going to choose the most attractive guy that's willing to fuck her, and in this case, it's you.
Yeah, that's it.
How much money she make? I'm just curious. How much money she make?
Huh?
How much money do she make?
How much money she made? Shit.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You said she paying the bills. I mean, I'm just curious how much money she make.
I never said a bitch was taking care of me. I said a bitch would do that.
Oh, okay.
A bitch would do that. Easy.
Do y'all live together?
That's why you talk about all these Pookie and Ray Rays laying on a bitch's couch.
Do y'all
live
together?
Yeah, we live together.
So, who pays for the bill or rent or mortgage?
Shit, nigga, I pay. That's personal, but let's just say we split it. You going way too personal. We'll split it. We'll say we split it. Go ahead.
Okay, so really, your looks just got you a roommate.
Oh my God! All right, shut up.
I mean, because
who else want to argue?
You're wait. East up. Didn't you say that if you were handsome enough, that a woman would pay for all your shit? So if a woman's not paying for all your shit, then transitive. Come on now. Come on now. No. Let's follow this logic. Let's follow this logic.
Put words trying to prove your point.
No.
You're wrong.
These are your words. If you are attractive enough, a woman would pay for all your shit. If a woman is not paying for all your shit, then ... Come on now.
Hold on. I never said that I was that type of dude to let a bitch pay for me.
She would pay Jeremy Meek shit.
I never said I was the type of dude to let a bitch pay for me. I just said a bitch is willing to do it if she like you like that.
Okay, but she's not willing to do it for you now, is she?
How the fuck you know that?
Because she's not paying for.
Because I ain't made to do it, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? I never made that bitch do that for me.
Oh God!
Like I pay for my own shit. What the fuck are you talking about? I said a bitch is willing to do that shit.
But it doesn't seem like she's
I said willing.
It doesn't seem like she's really that willing. It seems like that the moment you say I want you to pay 100%,
you're speculating,
better looking nigga. Listen,
you're speculating.
Understand this, niggas like
you're speculating. You don't know shit.
You're paying, sir. You're paying. A better looking brother is going to take your bitch, and she's going to pay 100% of his shit. I think that you need to accept that reality, sir. I think that you need to accept the reality that Jeremy Meeks at any time can come and take your bitch. The only thing that's keeping the two of you together is your half of the rent, basically.
Hey man, we can speculate all day.
Yeah. I mean, it's a logical conclusion. It's a logical conclusion.
According to your logic,
I understand that you have a roommate with benefits. You have
I
a
said
roommate
unique.
with benefits right now, which means
Yo,
that the only thing that you're getting out of this scenario is sex from a woman who is less pretty than you are handsome. I get it. This is what your looks. This is what your looks yield.
Dummy.
You know,
Dummy.
I
Dummy.
understand that. Go
Dummy.
ahead. Go ahead and continue. Go ahead
Dummy,
and continue
listen,
to
it's in
pay
her eyes.
your
It's in her
half.
eyes.
You
Jimmy
you
meets a
below
light-skinned
top
motherfucker.
20%
I'm a
looking
dark-skinned nigga. I'm a dark-skinned nigga. He a light-skinned motherfucker. She probably like dark-skinned niggas more. It's all in her eyes, dummy. Why
Okay,
the fuck
well,
is unique to
okay,
her?
okay, so she would leave you for Derek Jackson. You
No,
know, somebody.
because I look better than that motherfucker too.
Somebody.
Oh, if you look like him, she should be paying 100%. You ain't cashing out on
Exactly.
your look.
Like
Exactly.
I said,
You
how many times I gotta
bullshitting.
tell you?
You
I
were-
mean,
you
I'm not the type of guy.
basically what you're doing is you're sharing 80K with a chick. I mean, you know,
Okay, that's a good.
you're sharing 40K. You're sharing 40K with a chick. I mean, there's guys
Right.
out there whose looks are able, because Derek Jackson was able to pull a doctor. It seems like you're able to pull another 40K bitch.
I could pull a doctor.
So, but you haven't now, have you? You haven't now, have you?
He got
because
lucky.
you're
He got lucky.
because because
How was
because
he
of his
lucky?
looks. Because of his looks
You think
and
he
everything
knew?
else.
You think he knew she was a doctor?
He has
You think she
more
knew
of
she was a doctor?
everything. He has
JJ,
more
you
of
talking way
everything
too much,
a woman
nigga. Nobody
wants. He has
Dude.
more of everything a woman wants than you
Alright.
do, which is
Dude,
why you're
your point is
relegated
weak.
to
Your point
below
is weak.
average earning and looking bitches that share rent with you.
Your
I
point is weak.
understand that. Listen, if she could do better, she would be with Derek Jackson or even Obsidian, but she can't. So she's with half of your rent. I mean, understand that. There's better looking
Listen,
niggas in the world.
I told you it's unique to every guy. It's unique to how she views it. Okay. If I think another guy looks better than me, that's how I look at it. But how the fuck she look at it? That's why she's sucking my dick.
And that's why you're
Right,
paying
nigga.
half her rent.
Oh my god.
This beatdown was brought to you by
By what,
I don't know
Obsidian?
who got beat down? I really don't know. I
What was
really
it
don't
brought
know.
to? What was it brought to? Hold on, I gotta mute you for a second. You said, what was the beat down brought to us by?
Oh, this incredible verbal beatdown was brought to you by Wayne Jim.
Well, Bernard, it's been real. I'm getting out of here. It was
Hey,
nice talking to you.
thanks for coming up, man. Thanks.
All
I
right,
really
man.
appreciate it. You're a good sport. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. Wayne's Gym. That's too funny. Oh, shout out to Game Changer for the Wayne's Gym. I pointed out Game Changer, and you could possibly use this on Wayne's Gym when he come back on your show. He was talking all that cash shit to you about tricking. I saw him drop a $300 super chat on Kevin Samuels, whose views are far more lined up with yours on the issue. Like Kevin Samuels don't even consider. I mean, he don't. Yeah, I don't want to botch his position, but he don't even consider it tricking. He said that's a black thing. Only black people be talking about tricking. He thinks men should lead with their wallet. But it's so funny that Wayne's Gym was over there, I suppose, flaunting that he had money to the lovely ladies of the Kevin Samuels show. So that was just an interesting little tidbit about Wayne's Gym.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
yeah, you know, it's he wanted to showcase that he wanted to drop a $300 super chat in front of the lovely ladies to be seen, but he came up here to you and they're always coming at you talking about tricking. That's just a little interesting little tidbit. I just found that funny that he's over there leading with his wallet. But anyway,
Yeah.
Whole another point. Nuruddin, I don't even know if you got to formally say what you was trying to say, but go ahead, man. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was actually trying to go to Obsidian's point about being the non-select guy, because the non-select guy, even though he's non-select, he doesn't have any hand in the destruction of what these chicks' decisions are making. So when they make the wrong choices and pick, the Derek Jacksons get cheated on after, the non-select guy warned them, hey, that's on them. If they want to go out there with jawline, and I'm happy that these guys like Derek Jackson are getting their crowns knocked off for being the jackasses that they are. See, these women should take note. But are black women gonna go down the road, or are they gonna learn from this? My bet is they'll my bet is they'll keep going down this road. And I'm happy that that he's being exposed by the very women he's lying to.
Now,
So-
see, the brother that we just had up here, East Bay, was that his name?
East Up.
Yeah.
East Up.
East Up.
So East Up is a perfect example, and I told Game Changer this about a week ago. He's a perfect example of why I like to use my Hugh Hefner and Donald Trump analogy when it comes to men using wealth, power, and
Status
social
and resources.
and resources to obtain women. See, white men are allowed to do it, but black men are shamed for doing it. Not only are they shamed for doing it, they're encouraged by other men not to do it. But see, we don't go over there and tell the guys who don't have two nickels to rub together, who want to roll up on a chick at the mall.
They're going over there.
Hey, don't do that. Don't roll up to her at the mall with two nickels in your quarter. No, come over here and take her out to a Prime, to a Prime Steakhouse. We don't
When
tell
they don't
them.
have a dime to their name.
We don't tell them
You
not
gotta let
to do
people-
that.
you gotta let
But they
people
want to tell us not to use wealth and resources. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, and you make a good point, because where I'm at with it, I have no problem at all. If a dude, hey, if he ain't got if his money ain't right, but he just pulling up on chicks, just using whatever form of currency he got. If you winning with your little form of currency, then brother, go ahead and win. But I don't understand the hating on other people's form of currency, whether it's money, whether it's status, whether it's good looks, whether it's a fresh pair of shoes. I don't care what the hell. Like Nelly said in the song, "Pimp juice is anything that attracts the opposite sex. It could be money, game, or straight intellect. If you got it, whatever you use it. If you can use it and it works for you, you use it. Like so it's just silly. It's silly.
So Bedard, that's where the straw man comes in. So notice how he brought up the Pookie and Ray Ray to make it seem as if his argument is counter to something that was given, as if there's a group of guys that's complaining about a certain group of guys who get money or who get women off of mouthpiece, and he's making a counter argument. That's why they bring up that straw man. But really, they're the ones who are dick policing completely, for their own insecurities.
Can I ask Obsidian a question?
Yep.
Yeah, my question is, at what point do you think it's appropriate for a man to label himself a non-select guy, considering by default a man will be rejected more often than accepted by women? Because these days, a man has to put work in, like meet a lot of women to, have some success. So my question to you is, at what point is it appropriate for a man to label himself a non-select guy, even when the amount of work he put in to meet women overall is questionable at best?
Well, again, what I was aiming at in the book was speaking of a more macro type of concept. I take your question to mean more on the personal level, and that's something that each individual black man will have to ask for himself, if he asks it at all. It all depends on him, his circumstances, what his assets and liabilities are, as well as the kind of women he's going after. All those factors have to be taken, all variables rather have to be taken into account.
Okay, so would you agree that?
Well, hold on,
okay,
wait. Hold on, but real quick, I think what Checkmate is getting at, it sounds like there's maybe I don't understand the definition of select and non-select, but it sounds like there's a lack of understanding in it. I think the way that it works, if I understand it correctly, is you are considered select if most women just view you as physically attractive. Is that more or less a definition of it, Obsidian, to your knowledge?
Yeah, I'm speaking of it on a more macro level. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope hopefully that answers your question, Checkmate. When you keep asking, how many rejections before you come to the conclusion that you're select or non-select like that? It just whether or not you just genetic. I think it comes down to whether or not you just genetically pre-qualify in the eyes of a relatively high percentage of women. You still have to deal with some rejections and all of that.
But wait a minute. But just because a female finds you physically attractive that doesn't necessarily mean that she's attracted to you. I've been through situations where women found me physically attractive, but they still won't give me the time of day for whatever reason. I think this whole physical appearance thing is over exaggerated in terms of attracting women, because a woman, and same thing with guys with women. There's women that I see as physically attractive, but I don't find them but I'm not attracted to them.
Well,
You know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
you may have just made the mistake from going from a woman can see you as this, and then you said women. Focus on the macro, sort of like how Obsidian said. If the majority of women see you as physically attractive, you just genetically got generally what a high percentage of women want, just in terms of just the physical specimen that you are, your whole looks package, the total package of your looks, your height, your build, your physicality. I think that's more or less what it's referring to.
Okay, I mean, because I think that's, it's, but how would you know? I mean, unless you're on social media or you just socializing with a lot of people every day, how appealing you are to the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? I think this whole notion of being select and non-select is more based on perception than the proven reality.
Well, you can go out there and prove your reality, and you can prove. Okay, you can look in the mirror, you can see what the hell you look like, and have an assessment of yourself, and you can go out there and test that assessment.
True. Yeah. Okay.
That's just a simple way that I looked at it. I mean, you can see the women that look you up and down and give you choosing signals. Like there's a certain, like I said before, I've never been with a LA or Miami 9 or 10. And anytime that I've walked past a woman that even resembled what I would think that would be, I was invisible to them. Not in Smash the 8 before, but there's a certain category of women that I'm invisible to.
So I want to say this to Checkmate, because I think that there's a secret that they're not really telling you, that most people aren't really telling you, and that is that no one is select. Now, very few people are going to admit this to you, Checkmate, but even though some men do better than others, the degree in which they do is minuscule at best, meaning that, if a guy approaches 100 women and some guys have a rate of 50% and others have a rate of, say, 10%, relative to that man, he would probably consider himself select. However, that's still not that wide of a margin to obliterate the competition. The reason why I'm saying this is that select is actually used as a term to simply shame other men. And it's something that you can use at any man at any point, as long as you are capable of presenting a facade. You see, the nature of man means we want what we can't have. So say Bernard was able to pull this LA 9, all the time, then he wants 9 9s next week. And after that, he wants 89 9s, and so on and so forth. His desire will always exceed his access. That's Therefore, true. He will not feel select until he receives his desires. So he will never actually be select to himself. Now, his way of dealing with this is saying, okay, I got a 9. I'm going to say that I'm select over the people who have 8s. And that's why they made up term like I'm select, just so others can take the banner of saying you're not select. But really, it's kind of like dick policing, at its finest. Now, anybody who claims that they're select means that they're simply lying for the reason that I stated. Their desires will increase as their goals are met. So if they say that their goals are met, they're lying. What they're doing is they're pretty much lying about the whole thing. They're lying about their love life because they're online and nobody can prove it. I mean, these are the guys who, claim to be select, but why are you, flying to places to fuck grandmas and shit? Like, there are people who make up these images just to feel better at the sake of others, at the expense of others.
Yeah, I remember to piggyback on what you said, and I'm not even 100% sure who you're talking about flying overseas flying to go see your grandmother. Not sure who you're talking about there, so I'll just
No, I'm giving an example. No, this is arbitrary. I'm giving an
All right.
arbitrary example. Yeah.
All right. I remember one time that when C Boogie explained what select was, he said that can you consistently get the women that you want? I felt like that, and you did a response video saying I'm not selecting, nobody else is. This was a long time ago,
right?
And I felt like that definition he gave, I think it was really flawed, because just like I said, I never had a LA or Miami 9 or 10, but I've had some 8s. I've done had some 7s and a lot of 6s, and some 5s and some 2s and 3s. All right, we don't talk about below the 5s, but anyway. But I've
I mean, okay.
Anyway, the moral of the story is this: I would be lying if I could say I didn't want an LA 9 or 10. So by that definition, I would be non-select. You see, so everybody would fall under unless you're literally getting the baddest women on earth. Then by that definition, you would have to be considered non-select, because somebody is lying if they're saying they don't want the most attractive woman possible in their eyes. So it does get complicated to try to pin down exactly what's meant by select or non-select. That does and
it's meant to be that way. Now, I want to say this, Bernard, about that, about the C Boogie definition of select, and that is, if you can get the women that you want. So by that logic, as long as you want the women you with, then you are select. And you could tell yourself that. You could sit there with a 4, fucking a 4 regularly, and then say, oh, I get the women I want. No, you're just wanting that woman so you could say that you're select. And that is part of what I believe maybe the stay in your lane thing is. So as long as you tell yourself that you only want a 4, you are select. You meet that definition. It's very flawed because, deep down you want a 9. You're lying to yourself and others at that point.
Okay, so according to you guys, who's the more select guy? The guy that's able to fuck 10 women that look like Beyonce, or the other guy that fucked 40 women that look like Whoopi Goldberg? Who's the true select guy?
That's the thing. I mean, there isn't meant to be an answer to that. The question is made so that anybody can brand themselves as select at any time. So, that guy can say, I love, women with no eyebrows. Therefore, I get the women I want, and I got 40 of them. It's meant to have that power over people. It's trickery.
That's why I say, the whole term select, non-select is all perception. I mean, it's more perception than reality.
And as Bernard said, I said that years ago. It's it's just meant as a shaming tactic.
Plus, you got to put the work in.
So what happens when a guy takes on the non-select position and uses a kind of form of jujitsu on the select guys? What happens then?
It takes away its power. Because it's used as a shaming tool, like the word pick me. And once women start embracing that, like, yes, I do like to please the man that I'm with, then it takes away the power to shame. So what you're doing is spot on.
Thank you. By the way, this exciting episode of Bernard Riley's Grown Man Hour show comes courtesy of Wayne Gill.
Black Wolf Inc. in the middle with a super chat. He says, what's good, Captain? Salute to the good brothers and the panelists. Shazam. You know the rest. Oh, man, I will cash app you for your book tomorrow. Good stuff, Black Wolf. Good stuff,
Thank you.
Black Wolf. I got orientation for a second job. Fingers crossed. Absolutely, man. Good luck with that. Good luck with that second job. I know I missed a lot of super chats. I saw Kenny Conjo drop one. I see Sir Tice dropped one where he said that Game Changer had her homeboy in a logic trap. Silent Lamont says, oh, what a feeling. Ninja dancing on the ceiling. Shout out to Silent Lamont.
So somebody says, Soul Brother and the Mecha Don says, if you have to fly overseas to get a woman, you're non-select. There, I said it. Okay. That's the wrong you're, but I'm going to go with that for a second. So what? You see, once again, the word select doesn't really have any meaning in this context. You do realize that, right? understand that to be true. Like I just explained why it doesn't have any meaning and how it's just used as a shaming tactic, and here you are attempting to use it to shame.
But what if a guy here is not flying overseas, but he's consistently getting 5s, and that same guy who's consistently getting 5s over here flies overseas and gets a 7? It's almost like you're shaming somebody who's really at the same level as you. And even if the guy who's here can consistently get 7s here, but somebody has to fly overseas to get a 7, what are you really saying? It's almost like a catty, like women, like, bitch, I look better than you. Like, I mean,
it is.
Like, it's a catty. Like, why are men doing that? I don't get it.
It is
because competition among men is fierce, also known as dirty Mac.
Jesse Ville III in the building. He said the correct context of why we'll select non-select terms is based on each woman and how she views you. Then that means it's very loose and fluid and stuff. Like, okay, let me finish read. If she views you as select, she's highly sexually attracted to you, not about shaming. But you're saying, okay, so he's trying to determine, how does a guy determine if he's select or non-select or this or that? Because there's a lot of nuance in the middle when guys who are, average in the middle are getting some, pussy in the middle. So it is kind of it's some murky waters. So yeah. So
well, I mean, but
you.
But
okay,
I mean, the word select is used as a description to a guy. It's a description of the guy, not an individual one. I see what you're saying, but what you're defining, Jesse, is the word attractive. Yeah. If a woman is attracted to you, then to that individual woman, you are attractive. But however, since Obsidian is attractive to individual women, he can say that he can't really say that he is select. He can say that he perhaps is attractive or select to these individual women. So no man can say that they're select, meaning attractive to the plurality of women. They can't.
Okay, and one thing I don't like is the people that say that they resetting the conversation, or he said the reset button. A brother just came up who's apparently new to the conversation and asked questions, and if he doesn't know certain things, I mean, there's other people listening that don't know certain things, so it's not resetting the conversation. You're going to hear some stuff over and over again sometimes. That's sort of how it works with all radio, with all media. You go to Fox News, I guarantee you're going to hear a fresh conversation there that's going to be fresh to somebody who's new, who just really started paying attention to politics. I guarantee you can rewind the clock 6 months, 8 months, 6 years, sometimes decades, and hear people on the same station having the same exact debate. Like, it's going to happen. So quit all that reset shaming. They just reset the
conversation. For the record. For the record, I just started following the Manosphere like a year ago. So yeah, and I've heard a lot of non-select talk, but it from the content that I've seen, it wasn't really clarified that description. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I asked the question I asked today.
Yeah,
because I never heard those words.
There's a reason Obsidian has a long definition section in his book for all the different terms that we use. Like, people don't know what a non-select beta cuck or whatever the hell we naming stuff. I mean, people don't know what all that stuff is. Like, come on.
Anyway. So there was no reset button pressed on my behalf for the
record. No, it wasn't on you. I was just responding to the person in the chat who was criticizing, saying that this is a conversation reset, and I said I typically don't believe in that, because there's always new people listening, and a new person, relatively new person, came up with a question. Jesse Ville III says this is why Obsidian is using the term select and non-select out of context. Ron Wills applies to a micro and not a macro. Is relative, but if it's micro, it almost means nothing, because you're basically saying that individual woman does not select that individual man, but that individual man can be selected by somebody, therefore he's select. You're saying you're just not select to her. Well, what good is that? That I'm not select to this chick, but I'm select to that chick? I mean, it has no meaning. It has no meaning if you're talking about micro.
Yeah, if it's micro, you can never really use it out of the context of individual stories too.
Exactly.
Like you can't put it in the title of your video, because that's a macro thing.
Right. Like, so that's true. Right. To pick up on Game Changer's point, then why are we having this vociferous debate for the past 2 years about it? If it's truly a micro individual thing, who's to say who is a select and who isn't? But here we are, black men going over this stuff.
Right. I mean, like if it's micro, then you can only use it in the sense that, oh yeah, I met a girl this weekend at IKEA and she thought that I was select. Like, but it's never used that way. It's always used to define a group of men and by a group of women. So it's, yeah. I mean, I know that you want to give a counter argument so the word can continue to exist. However, no.
I'll say the best.
Oh, go ahead, Chris, then we're gonna pass it to Truth.
I'll say the best way we could probably possibly define what a select guy is by looking at like the men that we see that we know women will automatically fuck without question are the pro athletes, the entertainers. You know what I'm saying? Those are the select guys because there are millions of women that'll give their bodies up without question, without even knowing them. Those guys don't have to prove anything to those women. Though I think that's the best way we could define a select guy.
If you want to do that, you can. However, there are some of them that are more select than others, you know, so they would make that argument. But even then, even if you want to use them as an example, which is fine. One thing I notice about guys like that is that they never have to call themselves select. One could also argue that a select man don't have to say that he's select. Kind of like a rich man or a smart man don't really have to go around saying how smart they are. You know, people who generally are the thing that they are don't have to say it. And when you say it, you're kind of like letting the world know that you're not the thing that you're projecting to be.
All right, JJ in the building. Hold on, JJ in the building with super chat. He said, "These now most men know if they're select or not. It's all about percentage." I can agree with that. It's all about percentage thing. Yeah, you betted and ate once, but can you do it again and again and again? Is that a direct question to me? I've had sex with multiple eights. So yeah, there you go.
But the percentage can only apply depending on how many women you talk to overall. You know what I'm saying? If you only talk to like 10 women, the percentage that you were set by those 10 women you try to talk to is not a strong argument to determine whether or not you're select or non-select. So it depends on the overall number of women that you try to talk to at all, you know, overall.
No, he's saying the percent of success of the women that you talk to. I mean, but even then,
Right.
Even then, it sounded like he was putting select right at 8. If you can get 8s, you select. Somebody said if you can consistently get 7s, you select. If you can consistently get 6s,
concept
you select.
on,
So it's subjective either way. He put it somewhere.
And
My
also,
But I don't. Well, go ahead.
also, right quick, Brother Shu, please. You know, and also, if it's a percentage, then like say you only get with the 8s that choose you. You know, that gives you direct, overt, you know, unmistakable choosing signals. Then you say, oh yeah, I get 100% of that. However, I only get it, you know, this often. So that's what I'm saying. It's you're chasing an impossible, you know, scenario.
My concept on this select thing has always just been that there's a certain type of guy for like you guys were saying, subjectively for a certain type of chick, but over the odds of probability, it's greater than 50% of the time that upon just appearance, he is selected. Like he doesn't need to talk, walk. Nigga could be mute, blind, deaf, dumb, and he's selected prior to his own effort. That's because I can't see why it's relevant any other way.
Okay, let's do this. And that's a fair question. Ask a person who used that term or who claims to be select to take their best picture and put it on Tinder. and then, you know, ask that person to swipe right on 1,000 women and see if he gets 500 response back.
Yeah, that's
Not happening.
Bro, you know what that reminds me of? They
Not
did a
happening.
study where they took male models and gave them horrible bios where it said, like, oh, I'm a child molester, I'm a pedophile, XYZ. And women were still swiping.
Right.
crazy.
And 50%, you know, at a 50% ratio, you know, first of all, I want to point out that the men who use that term aren't male models, not even close. But, you know, they don't get 50% ratios is what I'm saying.
I saw a study that where they did use a guy who was essentially a model, and he got like 25%. And they didn't call him a serial killer or nothing like that. They just basically gave him a normal profile and just put up some really nice shiny pictures of him, and he got 25%. Like, yeah, so that's
Right.
there's that.
So, and that's what I said. That's what I mean when I say it's nobody's actually select. This is just the way for a group of guys to claim whatever definition, claim that they are that definition of select, just so they can call other
And
groups
what
of
is
guys
that-
non-select.
And what is that selectness predicated on?
Women's validation.
No,
And
no,
that's
no.
another.
What are the components?
Facts.
What are
Facts.
hang
Good
on.
shit, Game Changer.
Wait a minute. What are the components of being select? What does that? What are the ingredients of being select? What are they?
Well, I mean,
Well, I'm not gonna lie. He just dropped the when Game Changer when you said women's validation. That was on point as fuck.
That's
Too
not
many
what-
men, I think, and I might be projecting.
Hold on, wait. Let me,
Go
let me
ahead,
try,
sorry.
let's try to see where Obsidian going. Obsidian trying to go somewhere. So go ahead, Obsidian.
Huh? Yeah, I'm asking. What are the ingredients that make you select? What are they?
I'd have to be. I mean, I can guess, but I can't know for sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna guess it's whatever.
You got any
I'm gonna
idea?
guess it's whatever.
Game Changer. You
Yeah,
got
I
any
was gonna say.
Game
I would
Changer.
guess that's the. Oh, Game Changer. Sorry.
No. Okay. Fair enough. The answer to that, Obsidian, is no, because I don't believe the select is a real thing. So how could I have a definition
Well,
for
no,
it?
no, I'm not asking what your personal opinion is. Bernard Riley mentioned C Boogie. Does C Boogie believe that there is a formula that makes you a select man?
I think with they taking his name off of it. I mean, I mentioned him for a reason because he there was a good flashpoint of something that he said where he defined it, and a lot of people was talking about it based off his definition like 2 years ago. So taking him off the table to just answer your question, Obsidian, what did you say, the characteristics or the
characteristic? Yeah, what are they?
Yeah, I
Depends on
think
the woman.
when they're talking about it, they're talking about the surface level things, height, looks, jawline, a muscular build, and just your overall physicality, all of that stuff. Yeah.
So
The
what
surface
are
level stuff, yeah.
so what are the non-select characteristics?
It would have to be guys who don't possess as many of those qualities.
Okay. So nowhere in there is there any discussion about intelligence, ambition, industriousness, being able to make one's mark in the world, being able to stand out socially, being able to marshal resources. Nowhere in this discussion do those things come up. They don't come up at all. And when I make the case for those things, they are actively poo-pooed on by those who consider themselves select. Why?
Well, the answer that you're fishing for is because they don't have those other qualities that you laid out, or they're by way of content strategy, just challenging the manosphere talking points, and by extension, a lot of your talking points.
Okay, so here's the problem that I have with these guys. Number one, your solution is that you should be more like me. You should self-improve to be more like me. That's their argument. You should self-improve to be more like me. Not you should become the best version of yourself. Whatever that means, whatever that looks like, you should self-improve to be more like me. That's number one. That's number one. Number two, you should stay in your lane and accept women that are more commiserate with what you look like. But if you're somebody that's a high producer, highly competent, very talented, that demands a higher performing woman. Everywhere else outside of Black America, that's understood. Only in Black America, predicated on how you present, you should be matched up with somebody predicated on how they present. Now, if you are a select guy and you're getting the women that you want, remember, that's the argument. That's the litmus test per C Boogie. Are you getting the women that you want? If you're a select guy, by definition, the answer is yes. Why are you so put out by a guy who doesn't fit what you're talking about, but is also able to shoot up for the women that he wants? Everyone wins, right? Everyone wins, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, when you said you asked why is he so put out, Do you mean why are some guys who use the term select, they're put out by other guys saying, yes, that, you know, they're put out by a guy saying, yeah, there's other ways to win, put it like that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand. That I don't understand. And that's why I said that's why I said the other caveat there is some people, by way of by way of content strategy, they're going to challenge things that the manospheres are saying and do really what East Up was doing, making it seem like it must be one or the other. And so that's really just content strategy.
So the real problem here is in Black America, and this is really being brought on, it's accelerating now with this Jared Jackson piece. A lot of black men really place a lot of weight on what we call a select guy. And it can be no challenge to it because the whole edifice is very fragile, as Game Changer has laid out. Until now, there's really never been a credible, actionable challenge to that type of edifice. But now it's being seriously threatened. And that's the reason why you're seeing this massive pushback. Because it is fragile. It is, in a very real sense, a kind of front. Like Derek Jackson himself, he's an empty suit. Even if you take all the other things about him that we now know off the table, he's an empty suit. And what I'm challenging is substance. Love me or hate me, you got the book right there, Bernard. Love me or hate me, I got substance. Black women have never really had a real choice because, as much as we may not like her, Chrissy did make a point. The educated lames, the non-select guys, use whatever word you want. They weren't on the Jumbotron. We can like it and we can lump it. I'm not saying that I'm a big fan for it, but I do know that the science backs up the fact that women are very sensitive to social cues, cultural messaging, and the like. And the single biggest cultural messenger that we have is that Jumbotron. That's what tells them what's cool to like and what's not cool to like. And for a very long time, a certain archetype of guy in Black America got that kind of promotion. Chrissy is right. She makes a point. The science backs her up on it. The question becomes, what would a non-select guys do? See, the big problem with a lot of non-select guys is this. A lot of non-select guys believe that quiet competence will win the day. It doesn't. This is the one thing that I learned a few years back in my own research, and I had to come to grips with that. Quiet competence is not going to carry the day. That's just not how Black women are wired. That might work with white women or Jewish women or Asian women. You can make a case for it. That's just not how Black women are. Black women respond to what I call big men displays. It has to be big, bigger than life. Why do you think I did the book the way I did? I wanted it to stand out from all the books in the genre. You know, if you look at the books in the Black dating coach, and by extension, the Black love genre, they all have a certain type of look to them. Number one, they're thin. These are books that are barely 100 pages or less. They have a kind of janky look to them. They look like they're like homemade. The editing is horrible. Of course, the writing leaves a lot to be desired. No glossary, no index, no sources cited. I wanted something with notable exceptions. The only real book that I can have respect for as a book in its own right is Hill Harper's The Conversation. But then again, he's an Ivy League grad. He went to Yale, Harvard Law. He had an actual book written. Even Steve Harvey's book was ghostwritten. So I wanted something to really stand out from the pack. It had to be big, bold. You know, it's like John Wick when he goes to see the guy to buy the guns from in John Wick 2. I need something big, bold. The Book of Obsidian is big and bold. I needed a big book that covers a lot of themes, that's, you know, on par with anything that any, you know, proper professional book would have, that looks like it was done professionally. You know, it needed that. Even the title. The title was deliberately over the top. The Book of Obsidian. It was done like that on purpose. And so now it's a real challenge. And that's creating, what's interesting to me about it is that we were having this vociferous conversation just on me saying I was going to write a book. The book wasn't even done yet. And there was this vociferous conversation, but that goes back to Game Changer's point. That just shows you just how sensitive and fragile that whole argument is.
Hey, can you give me like a brief description of the difference between an alpha male and a select guy? Is there any difference, or are they just pretty much the same thing?
Pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
Pretty much. I mean, you could go into the weeds, but it's more or less the same thing. So
it's the same thing per the definition of the people that use those terms, alpha male. I mean, I'm more inclined to accept MOT's definition of what an alpha is than people who use I guess what a lot of the dating coaches would call the alpha male. They're just talking about the guy that's sexually attractive or has more sexual access to the women. MOT is talking about more along the lines of what Kevin Samuels is probably talking about, the man, or what you're talking about, the man has produced in the world, so to speak. That's what determines his alpha-ness to you. Right. So, but anyway, so it depends.
Yeah. So it's real interesting that we have this kind of situation right now. And like I said, this has been something that's been building over the past few years rather. And I remember people, questioning. First, they would question what Game Changer was talking about. We have this big, enormous thing with select, non-select. And I noticed that only happened when I stepped forward and took up the mantle of the non-select. Until then, nobody questioned it. And I think that's that says something about our culture, that we just assume that things are just one way. Nobody questioned select and non-select until I came along.
No, I questioned it. Like as Bernard said in the video, in the short video that I made, I questioned it, but at the time it didn't really require any attention. Like it was my hopes before you came along with it that because the whole concept is ridiculous. I was just hoping even back then that it should fade away. And now in that video, I was basically saying, listen, fellas, this is, nobody is select. Don't worry about it. That's essentially what I was attempting to do. But, the conversation became a lot broader and, and a lot more back and forth since, you came out as the non-select guy. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm about to, I gotta wrap this on up. Game Changer, you happen to be going live after this or anything?
Yeah, not right after. I'm going live in like 45 minutes. So,
okay.
Yeah, subscribe to me if you haven't, but
yeah, subscribe to Game Changer if you haven't already. Oh man, you ain't went live in a while. You going live tonight?
Yes, we're going to be talking about the end of the jawline Negro theory is dead, and my special guest will be Mr. Edward Anderson. I'm pretty sure Game Changer come through and others, but it's the Little Fella Federation Tag Team Friday. It's the Little Buttermilk Negro teaming up with the Little Cinnamon Toast Crunch Negro, and we're here to say that the jawline Negro theory is dead. And we're going to lay out how and why tonight and what that means for black men online and the black manosphere in particular moving forward.
Wow.
Yeah, you need to get...
I actually coined that phrase and now you're killing it. Okay.
That's so funny. Game Changer did.
Yeah, I want to include that. So you made up the term jawline Negro?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then I'll credit it to you. In the glossary to the Book of Obsidian Volume 2, I had to go back and add additional chapters now in light of what's going on with Derek Jackson. So I'll add about maybe 2 or 3 more chapters to because the principal writing for the Book of Obsidian Volume 2 has already been completed. But I got to go back now and add additional chapters. So when I do the updated glossary to the Book of Obsidian Volume 2, I'll add the phrase jawline Negro theory and credit you with that whole argument.
Okay.
Right on. You need to get SKC to make a Little Fella Federation logo. That would be funny as hell. Get a logo.
Negro and a little Cinnamon Toast Crunch Negro teaming up.
Yeah. Little fella federation need a logo. But all right, we out of here, y'all. Thanks everybody who participated in the show. Sorry I missed a lot of super chats, didn't read them. The conversation got intense and super chats disappeared. And I didn't even go through the analytics and shout them out. I apologize, but everybody saw it. So thank you everybody for came through, supported the show in any way, shape, or form. We are out of here. Peace. Make sure y'all go check out Game Changer in 45 minutes and check out the little fella federation talking about the death of the jawline Negra. We out of here. Peace.
Peace.